Greetings, sentient beings. This broadcast is not intended for children. There will likely be strong language and adult themes. So, looks like I'm going solo today. So how's everybody doing out there? Okay, how is moo like Welsh? Okay, so nobody else seems to be coming in today, so does anybody in the side chat have any questions? I see Hans and Dave. Do we have anybody else out there? So I'm just kind of getting started with my day, so I don't know too much about what's going on right now. Oh, hi, Angie. If anybody wants to jump in here, I would certainly appreciate to have somebody else to talk to. But one of the things that was going around was about people sending, oh yes, the cheesecake thing. Yes, actually it's tomorrow is Thursday is actually Cheesecake Day, but it was one I didn't want to miss, and it is already Thursday in Australia, so that's where the cheesecake war started, so I thought it was worth throwing that in here. Sloth Girl actually makes an excellent cheesecake. I'll have to get her to make another one. Talk about the definition of atheism. Yeah. I tend to go with the simple one of just atheism is anyone who does not believe in some kind of deity. Randolph Richardson, I think, is the best one for going with that because, he tries to keep it on the very basic level, but I do generally agree with what Kate says about it, that, start out with the broad definition of atheism, and you can always, add extra qualifiers to it. So if you want a hard or soft atheist or agnostic atheism or whatever, I suppose I'm technically an agnostic atheist because I won't definitively say there is no God, but I don't see any reason to think there is one. Yeah, the cat tree for Faye, we seem to have kind of stalled at $50, so we do need to get some more people to help us out with that. Let me get a link here. Crap. Hold on while I find my links. Oh, as far as the other fundraiser we did recently to get Lavender Lady her chair, she picked it up. She was using it yesterday in her broadcast. So she's happy with it. She said it's quite comfortable. So we did good on that one. I'm not well organized with the links. Where's Amiga Nuts when you need them? There we go. Okay, so for anyone who was interested in knowing about this, Wonder Lady had mentioned on Twitter how cool it would be to get this tree for her new kittens. And her birthday is, I think tomorrow actually is her birthday. So we were trying to go collectively to get that for her. So anyone who wants to donate, this is actually my PayPal link, but I'm collecting the money and I'm going to put in the order for it. So if anybody feels up to contributing. Hey, Nerdy. Well, of course, everybody wants cheesecake. Okay, let me catch up on the side here. Oh, Amiga Nuts, hi. Yeah, I was having trouble finding the links I needed to put Phase Cat Tree out there. I really have to get more organized, and I have to have all my links in a file ready before I start these things. Then again, I never really know who's going to come in until the last minute. Nobody ever tells me if they're going to be around or not. Yeah, Nerdy, I realize it's the common use or the academic usage, but for the most part, the academic usage is only useful in a formal setting if you define that when you start. So I think we just generally need to go by the common usage unless it's stated otherwise. Yeah, I don't do well with people who get too pedantic about the words. Again, it's a matter of your audience, and the fact is, I don't talk with academics that much, so my audience is just common people. So, stick to the definitions of how most people are going to hear it if they haven't had some kind of, formal college. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we can expect religion to just go away on its own. I think you kind of have to shake a lot of people to get them to actually even realize that they've accepted it without ever thinking about it. And flat out, most Christians have no idea what's in the Bible. You know, they only know the bits of it that some priest has preached about in some sermon. So, you know, talk about it being royally cherry picked for them. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm still having problems with my computer too, that I can't get it to recognize a lot of things through the USB ports. Some things it's fine with. It's got the keyboard and the trackball and the external hard drive and this headset, but it won't recognize my Snowball microphone or my printer. And when I plug my phone into the computer, it will not take pictures off my phone anymore. So I need to mess around and somehow transfer the pictures, because I did want to put some pictures up of my birthday haul, the stuff I got, the presents I got for my birthday. So I got some cool stuff here. So been trying to get together with somebody who was going to help me try and sort out what's going on with the USB drivers, because it's not a hardware issue. It's just after Windows did an update, it messed up some of the drivers, and one piece of software I tried to upload gave me the message that the C++ runtime drivers were missing. Well, obviously, some files got corrupted, and I don't know enough about it to figure out what needs to be replaced or even how to get it to overwrite the files that are in there with new ones. Nerdy making pizza sans ananas. Okay, I don't know what ananas are unless you mean bananas, but who would put those on a pizza to begin with? Yeah, as far as the Bible thing, you know, I reflect on this a lot with my sister, that, you know, she's very active in her church, and, you know, she does a lot of good things, and she's, you know, she's not one to be putting anyone down. She's very, very positive and very helpful with people, you know, and I don't really discuss religion with her, but I can just see a lot of it, that, you know, there's a lot of the Bible that, and I give her more credit for it, that I think she probably did read it at some point, but, you know, still doesn't really seem to get the amount of cherry picking that she has to do to, you know, ignore so many things that contradict the things that she is saying about an all-loving God. Yeah, I remember that kid on Oprah, and I thought that was really sad, you know, and it just shows how easy it is to, you know, to teach kids to just regurgitate things without having any comprehension of them. Okay, so we have a term for without pineapple. All right, I never knew that one. An all-loving God would never have allowed critical questions on YouTube. Yeah, there's probably a lot of things on YouTube that wouldn't be allowed, but yeah, I would really love to ditch Windows altogether, but I don't understand enough about the computer. I'd have too much trouble getting software and getting the software I need and figuring out how to get everything to work together. So I'm afraid I'm kind of reliant on Windows just for my lack of knowledge. And as it is, I've got so much software I still need to learn that the idea of getting a whole new operating system and learning how to figure out how to get all the programs to work would be way too much for me. I've actually been thinking that what I might wind up needing to do would be to reinstall Windows, and I think even that is beyond my technical level. So it would really scare me to do it without having somebody else who knows a lot more about it. Debian base distro and stackware. Okay, nerdy, I don't even understand what language that is. Okay, Angie, thanks for stopping by. We'll see you later. Yeah, there's some things that really surprise me, both what the spell check does recognize and what it doesn't. I can't think of an example right now, but I know when I'm posting it, I'm always mystified by some of the words it doesn't seem to get. Okay, no idea what upstart is. Oh, bug. Where are we? Well, one of the things that have been going around is people doing videos of people's assumptions about them. So I had posted on Twitter about people doing some assumptions on me. So we could go through some of those. So assumptions that people sent about me. Bub said that you're not actually a triceratops because they're extinct. More likely you're a rhinoceros that's cosplaying. No, see, that is not at all accurate. See, triceratops are only extinct on Earth. See, 65 million years ago, some dinosaurs were taken off-world and put in a wildlife refuge to see how they would evolve. So we're actually a spacefaring civilization now, and we're here to try and forge an alliance to, you've all heard about the reptilian overlords, and that's my hashtag, not all saurians, because it's not all of the dinosaur descendants that are out to kill you off. It's only the carnivores. So, we would like to forge a mutual alliance to protect both of our worlds from the tyrannosaurs. What are the origins of Cheesecake Day? I really didn't do a lot of research into it, but I didn't really felt it needed it. I mean, who doesn't love cheesecake? It's certainly worth having a day that's just an excuse to eat cheesecake. And since I probably won't get Sloth Girl to make one today, I'll probably have to go out and buy one. So iffy about these newfangled shells. This makes me assume that Dave is actually a hermit crab. Okay, almost understood why you don't like Python. I take it this is something that happened in the critical questions today. I haven't had a chance to listen to that one yet. Or maybe Python's a reference to an operating system. I have no idea. Bash is your friend. Yeah, I'm. Okay, next on the list of assumptions. Junk Shop said, I assume you really like spicy food. And no, that is completely off the mark. I have problems with acid reflux, so I have to avoid spices. Otherwise, I just get a lot of heartburn. It is not worth it. So I don't go in for much spicy food at all. I do love barbecue, though. I have to be careful not to overdo it. Okay, I still don't know what bash is, so you people are talking a language that I have no idea. Ruby, Python, yeah. Yeah, you're throwing around a bunch of words that I'm sure what they mean to me has nothing to do with what you're talking about. I assume Purple actually understands that gravy on biscuits is actually a crime. I wasn't aware anyone regarded it as a crime. And, well, biscuits and gravy, of course, is a very southern thing in the US. So, my fiance's family was from Alabama, so biscuits and gravy was a comfort food to her. Largely because if you grow up poor, it's something very filling and cheap. So biscuits and gravy just means that you get to eat a decent amount. Okay, I am dyslexic, so I have to read things like 3-4 times often to get everything in the right order. And especially when the text is scrolling, the moving text is hard for me. So at first I read this as being Python Rugby, just because we've got so many people from the UK in here. So I'll just leave you with that image. You can have a bunch of snakes playing rugby, see what you think of it. I don't fully understand what the biscuits are, but the closest I've ever been eating would be what I believe are termed as drop biscuits. Yeah, exactly. That's the biscuits and gravy are drop biscuits, which, okay, in the US, dumplings are basically if you drop the biscuits like into a boiling soup so that they're cooked by the boiling broth. The only difference with drop biscuits is basically you're just dropping them on a baking pan and putting them in the oven. But yeah, drop biscuits are, basically just flour, water, baking powder. So it's like, it's pretty much the simplest form of bread. And you just, drop spoonfuls of the dough onto a baking pan and bake them for about 15 minutes. So like I say, it's cheap and filling. So if you don't have any money, it's a good way to get filled up. Hello, Shadow Kitty. I don't have anyone else coming in to chat with me today, so we've been going between questions from the side chat and some assumptions about me that people sent in. So the next one was Lieutenant Tahora said, "It doesn't help, but I don't assume anything about you. But I met you via stool, so all bets are off." Well, that's at least a safe bet. Scientist Mel says, "I'm assuming you like purple, orange, and dinosaurs." Yeah, that's kind of even a cop-out. But, actually, purple was my fiance's favorite color, and orange was my favorite color. And Sloth Girl had repeatedly said that nothing rhymes with purple and nothing rhymes with orange, so by default, they should rhyme with each other. So that's where the handle came from. And actually, to start the YouTube channel, I actually spent about 3 months trying to come up with a handle that was unique, something that people could spell so they could actually search for it and wasn't already taken on YouTube. And that's actually a pretty hard criteria to come up with. But so the purple rhymed with orange worked for that. As far as liking dinosaurs, yes, ever since I was a kid, and I actually find it fascinating the way the image of dinosaurs has literally evolved in my lifetime. Because, I grew up in the 1970s. So at that time, dinosaurs were always, very dull brown and gray, earth tones, and pretty much still the image of them just being large plodding lizards. And it's like there were a few fringe scientists who were arguing that some of them may have been warm-blooded, but that generally wasn't accepted at the time. So, yeah, from that to the way dinosaurs are portrayed today has been just an incredible change in the way science views them and the study of the fossil records. Okay, yeah, nerdy as far as that, I guess you're meaning a biscuit as a cookie, and I suppose really, yeah, the only difference between the drop biscuits and basic sugar cookies would largely be that there isn't any sugar in the biscuits. There's nothing to sweeten them. I did not know Shadow Kitty was retired, actually. Although that kind of brings up an interesting point that, yes, I am officially old. Yesterday, for the first time, I got the seniors discount. So they asked me if I was over 55. I turned 56 this month, so I suppose that was one good thing about it. At least I got some money off. Yeah, Hans, if I tried to use my name, that would be completely worthless for anybody trying to search it. That's why I'm not really worried about anybody doxing me. And even if you go to the PayPal link, it has my real name, but it's like, yeah, good luck finding me. If all you've got is my actual name and that I live in Minnesota, my name takes up 6 pages in the Minneapolis phone book. That's assuming anyone knows what a phone book is anymore. Okay, Shadow Kitty, in September you'll be out of work. Is that voluntarily or is that cutbacks or something? Yeah, well, obviously Triceratops is my favorite. Most people, go for the Tyrannosaurus and yeah. I don't know. I don't like aggressive things. So defensive is better. You're kind of tripping on my triggers there because Dimetrodon is not a dinosaur. Dimetrodon is a dynapsic reptile that was extinct before the first dinosaurs ever showed up. And Dimetrodon is actually more closely related to mammals than it is to dinosaurs. So aside from, it's kind of one of those things that they always put in the toy bags of dinosaurs, but it's not a dinosaur. So if they're going to put it in there, they need to label the bag properly, and they need to not say that's dinosaurs. They just need to label it as prehistoric animals or something like that. I have actually toyed with the idea of giving Sammy-san his own feed on Twitter. So one of these days I might start a Twitter channel for Handsome Kitty. Yeah, Mega Nuts, we were talking about the fundraiser for Face Cat Tree before you came in. So so far we've raised $50 for it. If I order it through Amazon, I can use Sloth Girl's Amazon Prime to get free shipping on it, and the total cost would be about $120. So we definitely need a bit more help with that. If anybody can boost the signal for that. So we need to get a few more people to pitch in, and obviously I'm going to throw some money in it myself, but if we could get another $30 to $50 contributed toward that, it would be very much appreciated. Well, Nerdy, you just got to get your dinosaurs in here, and you have to line them up by the computer, and I will go through that whole spiel again. I will tell all your toy dinosaurs that the Dimetrodon is not a dinosaur. I've made dinosaurs, and I've made Dimetrodons, and I explained that to them. They can handle it. They can play together. They're just not related. Ah, okay. I didn't realize it was music that you were teaching. Yeah, definitely wind instruments in a small room would not be a good idea with the COVID. Unfortunately, some things that you really can't work around it. Yeah, that would be the one thing that, if you could do teaching the instruments through like a Zoom chat, then you don't have to physically be in the same room, but you can still hear each other. I don't know how much of a limitation that would put on the instruments, because I suppose it would be hard to tell whether somebody's hitting the wrong note or if they just don't have a very good microphone. Back. Yeah, I've got some leftover pizza in the fridge. I'll probably go for that after this. Oh, hey, God, how are you doing? I'm trying to fly solo. I'm not used to it. I usually have some people in here to bounce things off of, so this is a bit awkward for me. So, anybody wants to jump in, I can send you a link on Twitter. Mega Nuts, do you have a link for God the Good One, or do I need to go find one? Let me look here. I know we had something just this morning in my feed. But yeah, there we go. Clicking on the wrong thing. Okay. Thanks, Amiga Nuts. I'm not sure what housing thing Trump has gotten into now, but if Trump's gotten into it, it's going to be screwed up. Okay, well, going back to the list of assumptions people had of me, Mama Atheist said, "You're a dope-ass motherfucker who is also kind and caring, perps." And I mean every word of that. Well, that's not really an assumption. So, but yeah, the community really came together and helped me out, helped us out with our move. And that it was just tremendous. I mean, the small town I was living in was literally driving me crazy. And if I had stayed there long enough, I was definitely going to become an alcoholic. So getting out of there was a huge thing for me. And that so many people, pitched in and helped with my moving fund was incredible. And in the current situation, things have worked out rather strangely for me. So I feel I'm doing better than most people through this, and, trying to help people out where I can, trying to, do something each month to help someone. Yeah, just living where it was quiet wouldn't have itself been such a bad thing. A large part of the problem I had was I did not fit in that small town at all. I could not be at all open about who I was. There was one openly gay man in that town, and during the last year I was there, he had gotten beat up 3 times walking home from the bar. So yeah, it wasn't a safe community to be out in at all. And on top of that, I had way too many relatives around there. So, like, even as far as being an atheist, I really didn't care about what people would think of me. But in that town, just being out as an atheist, I could see could have impacted my brother's career. Just because people there tended to have that kind of attitude that anything they knew about me, they would have started assuming things about my family members. So, Yeah, it was hard. I couldn't have any social life because I couldn't let anybody know who I was. So it would have been impossible to find anyone I had anything in common with because I couldn't let anyone know, who I would be interested in being around. So back to a mid-sized city and back to Minnesota, Minnesota is one of the more liberal states in the U.S. Oh, okay, nerdy. You're kind of way out there. Yeah, I was living in a town of about 3,000 people. Well, now see, God the Good One, I'm an atheist, but see, you're not a problem because you actually interact with humans. See, I could believe in a God if he would just, show up once every couple of generations. That's all. I don't think that's asking a whole lot. Okay, next on the list of assumptions, Toford said, I assume you are a dinosaur. I think you probably don't believe in any gods, so I assume you favor reason and evidence over myth. Well, actually, I enjoy a good myth, but yeah, accepted as it's just a story someone told and doesn't necessarily have any historical backing. So we went through the part about me being an evolved dinosaur before. Yeah, and at this point, I don't believe in any gods. I think I kind of used up my quote. I was a pagan for 25 years and believed in all sorts of things. So yeah, I think I kind of went through the whole spectrum. Doing the solo would be so much easier if I could play a musical instrument. But unfortunately, I have a complete tin can ear. So I don't even hear music very well. I tried to learn the guitar when I was a teenager. I sucked at it. I I couldn't even get the basics very well because I couldn't get the notes. Okay, Doc Fearson said, I assume you're Willie Nelson's stunt double. That one's actually really funny because for Halloween one year, they had a costume party at the local bar. And Sloth Girl braided my hair, and I made a cardboard guitar, and I went as Willie Nelson. And basically, I won the popular vote. The prize for best costume went to the judge's cousin, because that's the way everything works in a small town. But yeah, just an overwhelming majority of people in the bar said that I was cheated, that I should have won that because I looked just like Willie Nelson. And basically all I had to do was braid my hair and put on a bandana. When I was in my 30s, people actually told me a lot that I looked like Jesus. There was one time when I was going to a pagan function, I dropped everybody off at the door and I went to park the car. And while I was parking the car and walking back, the people I had dropped off were approached by a couple of Christians proselytizing. And, they came up and asked, "Have you found Jesus?" And somebody in the group said, "Yeah, he just went to park the car. He'll be here in a minute." And when I showed up, the two Christians there were kind of freaked out by it all. Yeah. Well, like I say, small town, it wasn't good for me to make waves, so I let it go. Whoop. Okay, Jesus. Is that, I'm not sure the link there, Amiga Nuts. Is that Jesus from Nevermore Tavern? Yeah, sorry, Mr. Shadow Kitty. I mean, anything that you've done for many years and having to change is very difficult. That's actually one of the things that this COVID kind of forced my hand, that I had always done general home repairs, all sorts of handyman work. And the lockdown started 2 weeks after I moved, so I had no opportunity to start building a customer base here. So the lockdown forced me to focus on my side hustle, which is, selling stuff through eBay and selling Lego online. And, well, fortunately, also with lockdown, with people staying at home and people looking for things to do and things to keep the kids busy, the Lego thing really took off. That, where that was something that normally I was just getting, like maybe $100 a month or so working that. Yeah, it's really taken off to the point that that's been producing almost as much income as my regular business used to. So that's why, I know everybody's struggling pretty bad through this, but I'm actually doing pretty comfortably because, yeah, I can't do my normal job, but along with that, not going out very much has cut a lot of my expenses. So, um, catch up with the side chat here. Yeah, I'm not getting into the Santa beard yet. Yeah, mine's mostly, my beard just has turned gray, although the hair on top of my head hasn't really changed. But my father went a lot the same route. My father had chemotherapy 3 times. Every time his hair fell out and it grew back again, so that he still died with a full head of hair. He actually never went bald. Just, at some point it did finally turn from being gray to silver. Yeah, well, nerdy greens, but you'd have to like be disinfecting the screens between each student. I guess it could work that way, but it would be a lot of extra work for the instructor to, make sure everything was disinfected between classes. Yeah, Mr. Shadow Kitty, I've got similar thing that I've been self-employed for, over 30 years. So I'm actually on a Social Security on a partial disability. But yeah, that doesn't pay very much because there wasn't a whole lot paid into the system. So it certainly helps, but what I get would not be enough to keep me going. I have to keep having some money coming in, which basically puts me in the situation that I can never completely retire. I'm going to have to work until the day I die. Ah, nerdy, that's such a lovely image. Although I would think that the wind instruments, even doing it outside, would still be a bit of a problem, since you're constantly, everybody's constantly putting their breath in the air. Even if you're staying 6 feet apart, with the wind blowing, I think the virus would still be spreading between students. So next on the list of assumptions was Julie. I assume purple rhymes with orange is a kind person who feels very deeply about everyone in his life. Well, I don't think there's too much I can say about that. I do have a problem with just feeling in general. I identify a lot with Data from Star Trek Next Generation. I am on the autistic scale, and emotions in general usually confuse me more than anything else. I do feel that on the emotional level, I'm kind of on the shallow end, that I can tell that other people feel things much more deeply than I do, or experience things on levels I don't really feel I can ever understand. And in some ways, I feel kind of cheated about that, because I feel there are things in life that I'm just missing out on. It's very rare for me to actually, develop a significant emotional attachment to anyone. That could get into quite a long thing. TV Tube said, since you like grazing at salad bars and seem reasonable when horns hook, I'll assume you have an equitable hatred for broccoli. Okay, that one I have to go back and explain that. That goes back to what I was saying before about being a sentient dinosaur whose ancestors were from Earth, but we have evolved independently on another world. And we regard the Earth as being a vacation resort, that we like to come here because it's very entertaining to watch people like flat earthers and graze at your generous salad bars. Of course, with the COVID, all the salad bars are closed. So as far as hating broccoli, no, not at all. I actually quite like broccoli. Unfortunately, I can't enjoy it the way I used to. I used to just like raw broccoli dipped in veggie dip, but I've kind of run out of teeth, so I can't do any kind of crunchy foods at this point. And Was wanting to highlight something, but StreamYards is not keeping up with the chat very well. As in, not at all. It's almost like it's frozen here. Yeah, so I can't really even highlight anything on the screen. Oh, there we go. Now it just did a big refresh and jumped. So Hans was saying about, yeah, I'm really not very clear on the whole mirror neurons thing. I don't really understand that very well. I'd have to read up more even to understand how that all fits into everything. One of the things I have a problem with is I don't read body language at all. And body language is one of the things that people just take for granted that everyone understands. And no, I don't. And to the point that apparently I never learned to do the body language the way other people do. So I do not have the typical body language at all. And I remember a particular incident that my fiance pointed that out. Because she was totally astounded, just the look of shock on her face that she was saying that your body language says you're lying, but there's absolutely no reason for you to lie about this. That it really hammered the whole thing home that my body language was not at all typical. Hold on a sec. Okay, yeah, Slot Girl was just coming in to get my keys to borrow the car. So I'm going solo today. But at least I had a list of questions from people. I guess. Okay. Try to catch up here again. Okay. I'm assuming this is a question I can blame on Dave. It seems like something from the critical questions. Oh, actually, I think I remember this question, and I thought the idea of force field ants was that if they had the force field, you could use them as projectiles to throw at people. So yeah, I think we went with the force field ants on that, although I would need some way to put the full question out there again. Oh, hey, Amanda. If you want to jump in here, I'm trying to wing this alone, and I'm really not very good at doing it alone. So if anybody wants to jump in. So how's your recovery been going? I haven't been able to keep up with the Twitter groups very well the last several days, so. Sorry, I have to keep muting for my cough. Which is not anything to worry about. It's one of my normal allergy symptoms. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the things that's a problem for me with the COVID, that aside from the fever, all of the normal symptoms are things I expect to have with my allergies at this time of year. Yep. Yeah, so when I go out, of course, if I cough, people give me all kinds of dirty looks, and it's like, I can't help the cough, and probably the cough has more to do with you wearing too much perfume than it does with me having a virus. Thanks, Nerdy. I appreciate that one. Yeah. Yeah, Hans, there's a lot of that people often project how they would feel rather than trying to figure out what other people would feel. And that's, you know, that's not even necessarily with autistics. That's just people in general do a lot of that. Yeah, probably because it's harder to actually take the time to find out what anyone else is feeling. Okay, here's something to, you know, somebody's got to quote mine. This is a good thing to take out of context because it could cause all sorts of trouble. Not a single spot, maybe multiple ones. Okay, and tonsils are internal. Those are hard to kiss. Trying to catch up with the side chat again. Sloth girl distracted me too much here, but she's gone now. Excellent. Yeah, me too. When I was 14, they removed my tonsils and adenoids. They were supposed to fix a problem I was having, which they did not fix. And yeah, when I was 32 or 33, we finally figured out that what the surgery was supposed to fix was actually a symptom of Tourette's, which they hadn't bothered to diagnose. So yeah, they hacked at my body because they couldn't figure out what was going on. Not that there was anything that was diseased. Okay, Dave, if you're going to come in for a bit, I'll keep this going. Otherwise, I was thinking I was just going to wrap up early. Yeah, only in a movie theater. And then only one person. Oh, Nerdy. Nerdy, you would fit in great with my family there. That was actually a big problem I had, again, with the small town and just with my family in general. Is, yeah, like living in that small town, that was driving me crazy. My sister was always certain that Oh, yeah. Once I lived there for a while, I'd get to like it. And it's like, no, I was there for 5 years. I hated it all along. Yeah, actually, a big problem I had was just the decade I grew up in. In the 70s, nobody really knew what Tourette's or autism was. So, yeah, I really didn't get major things diagnosed until I was an adult just because nobody knew what they were. Okay, let's see. Did I miss anything in the side chat here? Oh, damn it. I really have trouble reading it while it's scrolling and just jumps around too much on me. Oh, hey, Brain Bug. I didn't see you come in there. Mom is typing in the wrong place. She's typing somewhere that I can't see it. Yeah, Nerdy, I think the internet has really helped sciences in general and medical just because it's made the information available to a lot more people. And the internet actually did start out originally, it was just several universities linking together to be able to share all their papers, to be able to share everything in their libraries. So it definitely has been making huge advancements that, you know, things that were obscure or, rarely seen that a lot of doctors might not have ever heard of. They've been able to, go on the internet and look up symptoms and find out that, you know, that's that those are symptoms of some disorder that they had never heard of. Yeah, I think the whole autism spectrum is still something that they're trying to figure out, and especially because there is no typical or normal autism case, that it's such a wide group of symptomologies, that it's hard to even realize sometimes that they're all associated together. Oh, crap, and I know it would take me way too long to find a link for this. I'll have to find it later. But Amy Hogan and Dick Dawson each have autistic children. And with Boolander, they are now doing a weekly series on autism on the iNetwork that I could find. Okay, let's find the last episode of that. Yeah, anyone who hasn't checked it out, the iNetwork, EIE, is really quite an interesting channel. They fluctuate a lot between serious and silly stuff. Okay, so here is the last week's episode of their autism show, which is really very informative. It's a lot of very useful information, and it's information from people who are dealing with it on a daily basis. So anyone who has autism or knows somebody with autism, you will really learn quite a lot if you follow that. And they're just a great group of people. Just everybody on the iNetwork. I've been on the Shills show a couple of times. I interact with them in various ways, and just the whole group of them, they're all very well educated and just really nice people. So definitely check that channel out. They have several different series running. Okay, yeah, I saw something about Barney on Twitter, but I didn't really have time to read through the Twitter groups before I had to get started here, so I'm out of the loop on that, and I'll have to catch up through the day. Actually, after this, I'm probably going to have to get off the computer for a good while, and I'll have to catch up after it gets dark. Generally, I have to use the daylight hours for doing things where I can make noise without offending the neighbors. And yeah, speaking of making noise, I need to put a new exhaust system on my car, which I can do, and the parts have arrived for it. The problem I'm having now is I don't really have a place where I can do it. I don't have a place where I can cut off the old exhaust without somebody complaining about it. Oh, hi, Dave.
Good evening. Is my microphone working?
Yep, you sound fine.
That's good. Right, straight. I've lost Amanda. Yes, where did you get up to?
Okay, did you check the couch cushions?
No. I don't think she's hiding under there. She doesn't strike me as a couch cushion type girl. Right, okay. I'm trying a different microphone on my laptop in the hope that you won't be able to hear me typing constantly because it was annoying people.
Yeah, I forget to mute mine sometimes, and I know sometimes people are hearing the clicking on mine, so.
I was impressed with how... I don't even know which microphone it's using. That's the worst thing. Does it get louder now?
Yeah, actually, and it's also a better tone.
Okay.
It's a bit deeper. It's not quite such a sharp pitch.
Oh, that's good then. Now, the fact that I have a microphone on my coffee table is more annoying. So where did you get to in your questions?
My list of assumptions, I have a couple more on there, but there wouldn't be anything wrong with me saving those for another day.
But I want to disagree with them all.
Oh, okay. All right, well, let's see. The next one on the list was from Chinese, which he says, stolen. Also, I assume you're one of those awesome old men people wish was their grandpa. Yeah, there's probably something to that. Oh, hey, Amanda. There we go.
I'm really close. Jesus. How are you guys today?
Lovely.
Better than I expected, actually. Honestly, having to go live without anybody else in the room is pretty anxiety provoking for me.
I can imagine it'd be, well, unless your name is Stool, then it is for everybody. Stool doesn't give a fuck. He's just like, hi, everybody, listen to me talk about my muff and my knee willy.
Yeah, well, see, I usually have problems finding a subject to talk about, so it's just lucky I had this list on hand of the assumptions that I was going to do a video about, which I would have done a video by now if I could get the damn microphone to work, but...
Yeah. I'm getting a new mic.
Has that not arrived yet?
No, I think it's supposed to come either Saturday or Tuesday.
So when did we get the modelling?
The modeling of the mic.
No, of everything.
I will do an unboxing probably next Tuesday or Wednesday, and I have most of the stuff.
Not an unboxing.
I know what you're asking for, Dave.
Oh, yeah, I've got a snowball mic now that I got lucky on because I managed to find it on the clearance rack at Target. They had marked it down to half price because somebody had opened the box, but there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of people talk about snowball mics. I'm really excited about getting my mic because that way I can do cartoons because Dark Matter asked us to voice for him. And I was like, yeah, but I have this shitty computer, so.
Yep.
Do you want an annoying British accent?
Yes. He said he wanted you to. You were there.
Was
Yes.
I? I don't remember that. Damn.
No. All you cared about was the fact that he started following you on Twitter, which I don't think you've stopped talking about yet.
Who?
Bragging about it.
That depends if Robbie's about.
He's driving home.
Okay, Brainbug, I doubt I'm old enough to be your grandfather. I'm not quite sure how old you are, but I know I'm old enough to be the father of most of the people I talk to on here.
He's I think a year or two younger than me, so no. Perp is not old enough to be your grandfather, Brian.
Okay, well, I know, for example, that my stepdaughter is older than Cirrus.
How old is Cirrus?
Cirrus is young.
I think Cirrus is like 35 or 36 now.
All right, Cirrus isn't as young as I thought he was.
Yeah.
You know who's super young? Stuttering Chris.
Yeah, he's really young.
He's really, really young. He's like a son to me. So.
Yeah, but he's cool, and
Yeah, and he's one of those, like, you forget how young he is because he can actually speak like an adult and and engage in conversation and not be a dick.
Yep.
And like a lot of people, just people in general, let alone people his age, they're so very young. So, but Dave is old enough to be my dad.
Well, I'm not quite sure how old you are even, so.
Dave's only 3 years older than me. It's fine. Just give him a hard time. Because
I was a very young starter.
Yes, a very young.
Yeah.
What was it? Aaron Raw thought when I told him I had a 16-year-old, he asked if I had Angel when I was 8. So that was nice. He was just being kind, but yeah.
I was actually shocked to find out that Aaron Ra was older than I was.
He has because we have a show we're doing on the 16th, and he thought he couldn't do it because he was out, so he was about to go visit his brand new granddaughter, and I was surprised at that. And his wife is so very young though, so that doesn't help.
Yeah, I've actually only seen a couple of pictures of his wife, so not much to judge by.
Oh, I did when I went on his channel, she it was three of us just set up just like this.
Yeah.
We talked about climate science and stuff. So that was fun.
Well, I got to meet him last year when Lavender Lady and I drove down for the Ark Encounter protest. So
yeah, I was going to do that this year because it's not that far from me, but I didn't know. I didn't even know this community existed at this time last year, let alone that, you know,
Given
you
what I
guys
know
did
about
stuff like
you,
that.
could we crowdfund you some petrol and some matches?
Yes, be good with that. I mean, there's nobody in it. Well, no, actually, are they open now? I wouldn't be surprised if they're
yes,
open.
yeah, they opened up as soon as they were possibly could.
So ridiculous. So, what do you guys think of the crazy doctor lady with the
She's
alien
nuts.
DNA and
She's dangerous. That she
Yeah.
started riots across all media.
Okay,
because they're trying to shut her down.
which crazy doctor lady here? You need to
The
bring
one-
me up.
Cure for COVID.
yeah, the one that tweeted or that they, I guess apparently it was a live stream from Breitbart from this group of medical professionals who, and I doubt very much that many of them are. She is apparently an actual doctor. She runs a very small clinic in a strip club or a strip mall in Texas. I don't know
Clinic
what
in a strip club.
Which is it?
it's a strip mall. But yeah, she was the one who had touted that there, masks are not only unnecessary but bad. That there is a cure for corona, but it's being hidden, and something about alien DNA and semen spawn, or I don't fucking remember, or Satan semen, or I don't know. That crazy shit that came out the other day that got Don Jr. Booted from Twitter for like 12 hours. And Trump didn't get in trouble. I mean, the video was taken down, but Twitter claimed that the reason they didn't take him down like they did Don Jr. because he only retweeted it. He didn't tweet it. I don't know why that makes a difference, but yeah, that was some really, really dangerous shit that she was spouting, and it was bad.
Well, and there have been other people that Twitter has suspended or canceled their accounts just for retweeting things.
But this is, it's people, government officials that are pushing very dangerous claims, and just the whole don't wear a mask thing is bad enough, but to say, she was also pushing hydroxychloroquine as well. And when asked about it, because he was at a press conference yesterday, he, said something about, I don't know much about her, or, but he was, because she has an accent. She's clearly not from America. So, he said something about how great it was that she came from wherever she came from, even though he didn't know where. And yeah, it was, when they started actually explaining to him some of the stuff that she said, the crazier stuff like the alien DNA and whatever. Oh, the fact that they are trying to, she's also an anti-vaxxer, and that they're trying to start a vaccine that will vaccinate people against believing in God. Yeah. So when they started telling him during the presser the things that she was actually saying, because I don't know if he really took the time to listen to her speak, he just stopped and walked out of the room. Like, he clearly was in way over his head and didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. It was bad. Really
okay.
bad.
I'm gonna cut in here for a minute here. Yeah, I just checked the PayPal, and since it only shows me people's real names and not their screen names, I'm not sure who's who. But we've got 3 new donations, so we have reached the goal for getting Faye her cat tree. So we have enough money for that now. Thank you, everyone. And I'll be putting the order in for that later today.
When does Diana get her? I don't know if she's watching or if it's still.
She has already picked it up. She was using it in her stream yesterday.
Okay, I didn't see her stream yesterday. Sorry.
Yep.
Awesome.
I didn't get to see it when she was live. I watched it late last night. But yeah, she's got her new chair. She was saying it's comfortable, and when I, showed her which one I had picked out after going through the reviews, it was also when she was looking at them herself, it was like one of the three she had narrowed it down to.
Oh, perfect.
So yeah.
That's good. I'm glad she needed it.
Yeah, well, one of the things she was saying about was the last one she had, that the base, that the welds had actually broken on the base. So she was going to be suspicious of any of them that didn't say it could support at least 300 pounds.
Mm.
And surprisingly, about half of the chairs I looked at didn't even say what weight they were rated for, which
really
I found a little suspicious.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was one of the things with the one I picked was it was actually rated at 500 pounds, which was far higher than any of the others. And very few of them were weighted for over 250.
The chair that I use usually like when I do Dave's and stuff, I sit in my bed for this. But when I'm in the other room and I do like my living critically and stuff, was a chair that I think Angel brought home on. Angel was stoned on Christmas and like pulled it up the street from his friend Charles's house, like in the middle of the day, just no reason whatsoever. He's like, I got a chair. Oh, the kid is weird.
Okay. I've actually got my computer hooked up to the flat screen TV, and I sit cross-legged in my recliner for all this.
Oh, do you decide what you're doing?
What?
Are you pissing the cat off, or are you moving the TV?
Neither.
Explain.
I don't understand why it would be pissing the cat off, actually.
You said if you move the bed, it was going to piss the cat off.
Oh. Yeah, well, I haven't decided yet on that part.
Oh.
About how I'm going to set it up.
Do you
said you have
actually
to move...
stream from a smart TV? Because like they have cameras, don't they?
Some of them do, yeah.
But they usually have shit cameras.
That's probably true. Still better than my fucking. You guys with like Dave's got his like 30 fucking computers. Robbie's got how many screens now? 3. He's got 3 screens and like 2 smartphones plus the camera, and I have my shitty little laptop that I work from and do everything from. So
Yeah, do you stream?
What?
Do you stream?
Do I stream?
Yes. As in, does your laptop physically do the streaming?
Well, I've done it before, but most of the stuff that I stream goes through Robbie. So
That's what I thought. That's what I meant. The point is, it takes a lot less. It takes a lot more to do the actual processing and streaming, computing wise.
I think I did one, like my very first live stream I did myself, and I did it through StreamYard, through YouTube. It worked okay, I guess. It was a long time ago, though.
As far as using the recliner, this is the compromise that I've had to make with Sammyson for this, is that often I have to balance the keyboard on his back to type.
I like the rainbow color keyboard, though. That's fun.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that year before last, Sloth Girl got me this for Yule, because I'm very nocturnal. So it's like I was sitting in the dark with the lights off, and I really wanted the backlit keyboard so I could see all the keys. So she got me this one.
I like it.
And I see we've got Spooky with us now. Hi.
Hi, Spooky. Let me.
Oh,
Hello, Faye.
hello. We weren't talking about you.
Nope.
Actually, we were talking about your cat tree some.
Shh.
Well, she already knows about it. That's not a surprise, so. But yeah, we had a couple more people step up during the stream here, so we have collected all the money we need for your cat tree, and I'll be putting the order in for that later today. Faye, you with us?
You can't hear me?
Oh,
Okay, now we can hear you.
Oh God, I was talking the whole time. You didn't hear me.
No, yeah, you were muted.
What did you say?
Oh, I'm thrilled to death for one, and I can't wait to take pictures of Finney doing the Miley Cyrus thing off of his little treehouse
You're gonna
with
get him
his
a wrecking
butt in
ball
the
too.
air. Huh?
You're gonna get him a wrecking ball too.
Oh, he's
Oh.
he likes to practice the wrecking ball thing. So if anyone hasn't seen my kitten with his ass in the air, I don't know why, because I've already done it like 3,000 times because I think it's the funniest picture in the world.
Yeah, I
feel
saw
this
him with his butt sticking out of the bag.
I feel this kitten might be brainwashing you.
He's not in the bag. When he climbs up the bag so he can tear the hell out of my treadmill, and he hangs himself over the bags, like hanging on with like one paw holding onto the bar or the bag strap, and the rest of his limbs like flailing out like he's Miley Cyrus. It's really funny. He's a bit of an exhibitionist.
Why do you know so much about Miley Cyrus, Dave?
No idea what you're talking about. Who's Miley Cyrus?
I think the wrecking ball thing is the funniest thing I've seen, and I love the pictures of baby Trump on the wrecking ball. Have you seen that? That's so funny. No.
I've seen it. I just no.
I have a bit of a giggle.
You sound in a terribly good mood. Do you not have something you're angry about?
Me?
Yeah.
I could be angry because like I don't know, a lot of people are like, oh well, COVID-19, the lack of the traffic has really fixed the environment. We can go back to polluting now. You know, and that is something that makes me crazy.
People, like when this first started, people posited to me about how the different effects, and I explained more than once that regardless, and there has been a marketed loss of carbon emissions during this time, not as much as obviously we would hope, but unfortunately our projections are that once everything returns to normal, there'll be an overproduction for a while in order to make up for the time loss and for the market loss and for the product loss that it'll end up negating it anyway. So unfortunately, as really a thought as it is, it really, maybe a tiny bit less, but overall,
I'm
it's
not convinced.
not enough to say, fuck it, let's just pollute more.
Well, Mama, I have a question, and very basically, wouldn't now be the time to lobby governments and things like that, where people who can work from home should work from home, do whatever we can to actually lessen traffic and our carbon emissions, now that we're like kind of in this period of change where we have, well, especially in the United States, we have millions of people out of work. Now's the time to adjust offices, adjust corporations, adjust factory conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really great time to be able to point to it and say, look, we can do this. Even things like virtual meetings, like people, little things like going to the doctors and stuff. If you don't actually have to physically be examined, or things like psychiatrists and psychologist appointments, anything that we've been able to do for the past 5 months, and we've been able to do it well without anything getting ruined, and say, look, see, it is possible. This is the perfect time to point that out, and try to stay with it as well, to put those processes in place, and continue as much as we can. It's also a good time, you mentioned lobbying the government, to, with the time that we have, considering, unfortunately there are still a lot of people out of work, to, and this is something I've talked about a few times, is that in order to move forward, we need to do so globally. So, it's a good time to push our legislature to, reach out to other countries and make the effort while we can, while we have the time, while we have the thought to do so.
Yeah, well, and I think if nothing else, if we could at least get people to observe the lesson, that here we have a prime example that, yes, if everybody could drive less, this could make a difference. I think too many people just didn't believe it would ever make a difference, and now we can show them that, yeah, just a couple of months with people not driving very much, it made a big difference.
Yeah, a significant drop. And Nerdy has a point, and instead of doing things like getting deliveries, instead of everybody individually driving to the store back and forth. I mean, how many times you think about, like, you're cooking dinner for the night and you pop over to the store because you forgot something, and how many times do you do something like that? And that really ends up adding up.
I find that odd that you say that. We don't drive for that. We go to the local store. We walk to the local store if it's something we've forgotten.
We don't, especially since, bigger towns too. I mean, you can't, in this town, the closest grocery store is, well, it's like 0.3 of a mile away. It's not super far, but it's still, you're not going to, it's also on a major road, so you're not going to, carry a bunch of groceries back walking from the store. It's not possible.
You're not talking about lots of groceries. You're talking about the things you've forgotten.
Yeah, okay, the things you forget, yes. Or, taking the fucking golf cart out. That's something
That's electric. They're electric, aren't they?
Yes, they're electric, but it's still a lot less, you charge, I charge the golf cart, and if, were it not to be used for golfing, if it was just an errands thing, going back and forth, like Angel and I will go to the square usually once a week to get ice cream, or run to the shop once or twice a week, I can usually get a month of charge out of that. And that's not that much electricity. Not only that, but the size of the golf cart itself, as compared to something like a vehicle, just the size itself uses more because you're moving more mass. So,
do you run out?
What?
Have you run out?
Have I run out of what?
Have you ceased to a halt at any point?
No. I usually make sure to, after a certain amount of time, to top it off at like the end of the week, I'll plug it in to make sure that, but if I'm not, if it's not being used on the golf course, so it's being used more frequently, if it's just a running around town type of thing, you really don't have to charge it that often. So it's
what do you do if you see a giant box with a question mark on it?
What?
What do you do if you see a giant box with a question mark on it?
What do you mean?
I think it's a Mario reference.
Oh, you fucking asshole. Sorry. I'm having a serious conversation and you're Marioing me?
So I have an additional thing. Don't you think that there's more waste out of, say, like, you have very little choices in the grocery store for the amounts of things that you get. Like, it's either these gigantic cans or tiny cans. It's not, hardly anything is for single people, but if you do single people sizes, it's ridiculous too, like the cost of everything. But like, I don't need to buy that much rice, but I have to buy a bag or a box of rice. Isn't it better, like, wouldn't it be better just to bring in your own containers, fill them with what you need? And
Yeah.
then, so we could, it's the packaging and like holiday packaging that I really don't like, because holiday packaging, as soon as that packaging's done, no one's going to buy that box, no one's going to buy that can. That's food wasted out there, in my opinion.
Quite frankly, the packaging alone, in order, the best way to go would be to be more of like a co-op type of initiative where, like you said, you fill your own, you fill by weight, or mass or whatever, you fill what
Yeah,
you
you
need.
bring in your mason jar worth of stuff and you get what you need.
Yeah. And that's, not only that, it also, you have fresher foods that way. And you when you have the more packaged stuff, the stuff that we see more often in the grocery stores, you're talking about food that has traveled a great distance. And the
Right.
amount of fossil fuels that are used, just traveling food across our country alone is ridiculous, especially things like meat. We buy meat here in Georgia that is labeled, from fucking California. There's no reason for that. There are plenty of farms, there's plenty of agriculture on the East Coast, there's plenty of agriculture in Georgia
One of
alone.
the things that really astounded me, I was living in New York State, which of course is on the Atlantic Ocean. And when I read the packages, the majority of fish in the grocery store were from the Pacific.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair though, I lived in an area where a lot of professional fishermen live, and a lot of the fish that we caught, the local fishermen went out and caught, they would go down as far as the coast of Africa for some of them. So like the professional fishermen, like there's more to the fishing industry than people know. And it's a lot more complicated, and
It
it
doesn't
definitely
need to
isn't
be, though.
environmental.
Yeah, there is the horrible things that we are doing to our environment, let alone our oceans, just for the sake of commercial fish. It's really, really bad. People don't understand how bad it is. Overfishing and the pollution, and there's a lot to it. That there's a reason why they end up going off the south coast of Africa and stuff like that, and it has to do with they will find whatever is cheapest and easiest and go for that, as opposed to fishing sustainably, which needs to be something, because people don't, we drive by cattle farms, and we're able to see that more prominently, whereas you don't know as much that's happening in the fishing industry because you don't see it. We don't drive past the ocean every day and see what's happening. We don't have the numbers as well, because a lot of things are fudged. There's a lot of really shady shit that happens in the fishing industry that is completely fucking up our environment. In terms of just protein in general, meat, yes, we definitely need to cut down on, but fishing as well, because as sustainable as fishing can be, the things that we're not doing so sustainably and are completely fucking up our environment for that purpose. And unfortunately, a huge amount of the world eats a lot of fish. So
What do you think of aquaponics?
aquaponics is good. There's a lot to be desired there. Only because there's still there's a lot that needs to be learned, but there is a good direction it can go in.
Yeah, because I know 10 years ago, Cornell University put $1 million into an aquaponic study thing in the middle of New York City. Meanwhile, up here where I am, where you would think there would be more agriculture, probably more than other places, but not so much since it's a state park where I live. But they do teach aquaponics and mushroom farming up here. But the thing is, it's not really catching on. I know a lot of people prefer hydroponics to aquaponics, or like vermiculture and things like that. But vermiculture can also be adopted into aquaponics.
Yeah.
But a lot of people who do aquaponics, they may have like a successful maybe couple of weeks, and then they have that ammonia spike or a nitrogen spike, and they're not ready for it. And they think it's easy, but it's not easy. And like sometimes they put weird things into the system.
Mhm.
Like they think, oh well, I could just do this and ignore it without actually like measuring the toxicity of the water.
With just like with so many green energy sources when it comes to aquaponics, there is a wall that needs to be hurdled in terms of infrastructure and
Such
putting the
as?
time, what was that?
I'm curious. So what do you mean?
Just putting the time and effort and research into actually doing it correctly.
Yeah.
And getting over that hurdle, like you said, there are issues that people run into that push it back, but you know taking the time to actually invest the money and invest the proper research into it instead of half-assing it and having it fall to the wayside.
Well, especially to get it on a commercial scale where it could,
Yes.
support the residents of a city.
Well, the thing is, and a lot of places in Asian countries have done this, where they've turned the top of apartment buildings into an aquaponics center, and it basically feels, it's like a co-op where people can go up and have their little bit of the aquaponic area. They chip in for the amount of fish and blah blah blah, but they've got their protein, they've got their beans and other aquaponic things. There is just, if there's no one who's going to watch those water levels, because like aquaponic farming takes 90% less water than traditional farming.
Yeah.
You have less water use, you have less water waste.
Yeah.
Basically. However, there are other things to watch for. And that's the problem. It's like it's not something that you can willy-nilly do, but they have restaurants that do aquaponics. They have this, but it's more like everybody is sort of, the plan is not to ship these things. If anything, the most people should be shipping is either fish stock or seeds.
Yeah.
You can even use those seeds for microgreens, which is a whole other topic.
Which is exactly why there's so much potential in it. The fact that you are able to cut down on your waste. Not only that, but with the way that water is going in the entire world, something like 60 and 70% of the planet, of the earth itself, is becoming desertified at the moment. We are losing water at a tremendous rate. To be able to shift in this direction and use less water, produce more, is absolutely something that is not only good, but it's necessary, really, in order to sustain ourselves into the future. So, agreed.
Well, I like the idea of microgreens, because that way someone without property, like not even a balcony or whatever, could actually get fresh veg. And the thing is, we're going to need the seeds. In order to do the seeds, we need a source.
Yeah.
We're talking about a lot of things, but you don't actually need, like, if I had 7 jars, I could eat a decent amount of fresh veg every day. Well, I do microgreens in the summer more than the winter, because around here the winter is just awful. But it's like anything on the counter would take forever to sprout without a heat mat.
Yeah. No, it's definitely important and doable, but and like Perp said, in terms of a grander scale, that's where the infrastructure problem lies. We need to be able to take the time and invest, but do it right, as opposed to
as far as infrastructure and scale, I would like to address a point that Brainbug and Angie were talking earlier in the side chat, just as far as the thing about having groceries delivered, and just one thing where that would make a significant difference as far as the vehicle exhaust would be like where I am, there's like 90 individual units in this apartment building.
Mm-hmm.
So if instead of having everybody drive to the store to get their groceries, we just had one truck pull up in the parking lot with groceries for, even half the people here,
Yeah.
then that's one vehicle on the road instead of 40 or 50 vehicles on the road.
Yeah, definitely. And that's one of the things that, because I get, since this started, I've been getting my groceries delivered as well. And what they'll do is, it's not just them going back and forth, they get the groceries and bring it directly to you. They will take multiple stops along the way. So it's the same kind of idea, where as opposed to you individually going yourself.
Yeah.
So,
But just, in cities where you've got a high population density, it could make really a very significant difference. Maybe in an area where people are more spread out, it might not be as big of a difference.
yeah.
See, what I've been doing is, well, pre-COVID, I used to take people shopping, like put them all in my car, take them shopping, they can get their groceries, blah, blah, blah. Now that COVID's here, for the most part, I go shopping for them, with, we call it in and I pick it up curbside.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I can get a lot done that way, but I still have to be the one lugging it upstairs and things like that. But
Yeah, honestly,
know.
this has already forced some adjustments for me because, I'm not that organized. I usually don't have a complete list when I go shopping, so I tend to, I would tend to walk up and down the aisles and browse a lot because I wasn't quite sure what I was going to get.
Well, one of the things that I do with some of my clients is we'll do meal planning, but we'll do meal planning for a month. And
Yeah.
we kind of sort of break down everything that they will need in like a week or two, because you really can't keep some things fresh after 2 weeks. It's just
Yep.
impossible. And we'll figure out how many cans of tuna or how much veg and how much this that they will need. And then we figure out the grocery thing from there. But
Yeah.
meal planning for a month, trying to keep things interesting, and also like what to cook on a Sunday and then freeze for the rest of the week has a huge impact. So if
Yeah.
we can figure it out so we can freeze just enough, sometimes I don't have to go out more than once for a client for a month, and other clients who are on specialized diets more like 2 weeks. So it all depends on what they want, blah blah blah. But for the most part, they do things like walk to the store for milk, but the rest of it is usually in the fridge, in the freezer, and I only have to go either once a month or once every 2 weeks. But since I'm not cleaning houses as much right now, unless they're empty apartments, I'm taking a bit of a hit, like work wise. But we do what we have to, right?
Yeah, and I'm just saying, for me, it needs some adjustment because I'm just not used to doing it that way. But, and that's, everybody's having to do that. We all have to make some adjustments now.
Oh yeah. Well, I think it's like more natural for me because I do this with other people and have for a long time. So, not many people can make the adjustment to like looking at their meal plan and like, but what if I don't want fish that
Yeah.
night? It's like, we'll switch it with the next night.
Yeah.
Well, and that was one of the things with living in a small town that I had to get used to, was that I couldn't just run out to the store at any time because, we had a local grocery store with a limited selection, but most things were an hour drive.
Oh, here it's an hour and 20 minutes.
I gotta get. Thank you for having me. Sorry that I went all educational on you
Oh,
guys.
no.
But I asked you to.
Yeah.
Come
Okay.
on.
I know,
You're
I
talking
know.
about the things I love.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Faye,
You
I
have
would love
nothing to
to talk to you
apologize
some
for.
more sometime.
Definitely. I want to like hear what you have to say about a whole bunch of environmental stuff. It's my thing.
Yep. And you're
Awesome.
certainly welcome to come in anytime you're free during one of my chats.
I know, and I love coming on. Thank you for but I will see you guys later, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye guys.
Oh,
Yeah, she was talking about my favorite things.
yep. Yeah, and I definitely support the ideas. I'm not sure how we get our society to move from where we are to where we need to be. It's how do we work out that transition?
Well, the thing is, our biggest problem right now are food deserts. Well, I shouldn't say our biggest, but
Yeah.
to me, because it's like you can have education and blah, 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 but if you've got hungry kids, they're not going to be learning.
Right. Yeah. No, I know the food deserts are a big issue. And, even places I've lived, like even in the city of Minneapolis, there are neighborhoods that, yeah, there is nowhere that people can grocery shop if they don't have a car.
Right. And I think aquaponics would be a way to get around that, because if you have if you have a school that is growing their own fruit and veg and they teach the kids how to do it. I know like 8 years ago, a lot of people were trying to figure out how to do aquaponics in their New York City apartments.
Mm.
And things like that. Like, one of the things I think is broken with the system is that we do not have a way of getting local goods. Everything's shipped in from either California or
Yep.
overseas or whatever. And that to me is a big flaw in our system, because it's like, no, we my shoes should not be more traveled than my feet.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, and
I don't get it.
I've often wondered, I know it's the economics of scale and all that, but it just doesn't make sense to me how things that are brought in from so much further away can be price competitive with things that are being produced locally.
Oh, because carbon is heavily subsidized. The roads and the
Yeah.
fuel is heavily
Well, that's
subsidized.
what I mean. There's obviously something there we're actually not paying for.
Well, I mean, I know 3D printing has like something that they need to print with and things like that. But why isn't it that we can't just go in, like, even if we can afford the 3D printer, go in with the program that we need and have like everything we need printed and in the colors and blah 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 that we like.
Because
Like,
3D printing is not there yet.
I'm talking about like shirts and pants and shoes and shit.
3D printing is nowhere near there yet.
But I think they need to push it.
It will be, is the point. In a few years, we might get there. It's still mostly in a prototyping or for display purposes only.
It's sad. I want it.
Yeah.
It will be. It will be there.
I have heard projections for that. People who basically were proposing what you're talking about. For things like furniture and that you could just order it. Order it from the online catalog, and it would be printed out and picked up at some place locally.
Yeah,
So
because
that-
if you had
yeah.
local delivery for it, if it was something large, or instead of because everyone having a 3D printer, I think would be wasteful.
Mhm.
But if there was like a community center, maybe you go to pick up your aquaponic fruit and veg and a couple of fish and turn
Yeah.
around and get a few t-shirts, and you decide you want to change the wording on it before it's printed. I mean, can you imagine how much fun that would be?
Well, that's where I see it going is back to basically what were like the old catalog stores, which most people don't remember. But when I was a kid, in the town my grandma lived in, the Sears store was basically just a counter and a back room.
Mhm.
Because you ordered stuff through the catalog, you waited about a week, and then you went and picked it up.
Yep. Oh,
I
remember the Sears catalog.
And that's the way I see the 3D printer being that, yeah, basically you would just have a storefront with a counter that you go to pick your stuff up from.
Are you kidding? half of my childhood was like, okay, what do you want from LL Bean? You know, Christmas is coming.
Yeah.
And you pick out your jacket and your boots and a couple of pairs of natural fit jeans because I have big hips. And yeah, and then boom, you get it, and it's like, try it on. It's great. You don't have to mail it back. Wonderful.
Mm.
You know, that type of thing.
Yep.
Yes, natural fit jeans for a woman with a small waist and big hips.
As opposed to
Well,
skinny.
and that's especially with clothing. I see that as being a big thing because, you know, the stores try to stock this in so many different sizes, and then they don't sell half the stock. So it would make a lot more sense if it's just ordered in the size of the people who need it.
Yeah, it would be nice to measure yourself, put in the measurements that you need, maybe like adjust them so it's big enough, you know, for more movement if you're an
Yep.
active person. And that's it, you know. It could
Well,
be lovely.
and one of the big problems, you know, stores like Target and Walmart have is that the range of sizes they carry does not reflect the average range of the people. You know, like
Mhm.
they consider like anything over a size 12 to be like, you know, the large and extra large sizes, but the average woman in the US is a size 14. So it's like the bulk of their stock is like in sizes like 6 through 10, which is actually a minority of the population.
Mhm.
You know, and you would have think that stores would have figured that out by now, but I don't know. I don't get
Are
how
you
that part
kidding?
works.
Half of the online community, and I'm not talking about all of y'all because you're lovely and you don't own Spotify. Like when they do commercials, they have to do it like this. You know what I mean? It's like I'm wearing earphones. This isn't like the old
Yeah.
days where you're leaving the television in order to run into the kitchen to get a drink. You don't have to turn up the volume that much. You're hurting me. Stop it. Stop it. I'm going to hit you.
Yeah.
You know, and you try to tell them this and they ignore you, and it's like will commercials, especially with people with earbuds, actually evolve someday so they're not screaming at you?
Well, I see a better thing in evolving the hardware. And,
Not your ears.
well, what one of the companies, I want to
I
say it
think
was
of my
Sanyo,
ears.
but one of the companies had these TVs with what they called smart sound, which the TV would automatically, you know,
Mute.
regulate the maximum decibel level.
Yeah.
I really
Okay,
hate
so
that. That's one of the things I hate because it's like, even back in the day when it was just televisions and you didn't have your phone and tablet or whatever, like my grandmother would fall asleep to the TV and then the commercial would come on and wake her
right,
up.
yeah, and I've had that problem too because I tend to leave something running when I sleep. You know, and that's so I don't understand why they're not selling, you know, computer headphones with that feature. You know, that
Well,
when it switches between
screw
different
the
channels and
feature.
whatever.
Why can't the companies who advertise not insist on having it at 150,000
Yeah.
decibels? I'm like, can't they evolve? Why do we have to adjust for their lack of imagination?
Well, I mean, even with that, I would just like something that would you know keep the volume level constant, like when it's switching between different channels and things.
That would be nice.
You know, and it's like we clearly have the technology to do this. Why isn't anyone making it available to us?
Because it's post-processing and it's...
I still say that they just need to like chill out and have things at a normal tone instead of turning it up. They turn
Yeah.
it up on their end. Why do they have to do that? They don't have to do that, but they insist on doing that. I
Okay,
don't see why I have to buy special ear things just because they can't talk in indoor voices.
okay, we kind of went by this, but Greg's got a good question in the side chat
What?
here about I heard that a lot of online clothing returns are disposed of, that they can't resell them.
Nope.
They can't right now, especially during COVID. But I also know that used clothing and stuff, if thrift shops and secondhand places, like there are places that take used clothing that has been, like either returned or damaged in some way, that is usually given to the poor at a discounted price. And when that's not used, it is sent to a impoverished country to what do you call it, for them. That's why you see so many American products in places where you didn't think you'd see American products.
Yeah.
But it's heavily discounted. But when it gets to that point, they sell it by the pound. And I only know that because I used to work for the Salvation Army. So there you go.
Okay. Well, thanks for addressing that. And yeah, as far as the clothing being sent to impoverished countries and that, I know that's also a thing that a lot of manufacturers will do with, stuff that's like misprints or,
like a mistake in the seams and stuff like that.
Well, and also, like for major sporting events, like for the Super Bowl, because they don't have the lead time, they print up the winning shirts for both teams.
Yeah.
And then the team that actually lost, they'll wind up sending that off to some other country. So it's funny because they'll have like World Series or Super Bowl shirts saying that the team that lost won.
Right, but you also have like different things where someone can buy a container of clothing mistakes or used clothing, whether they're used for rags
Yep.
or impoverished or homeless shelter or and they can buy them at a highly discounted rate.
Yep.
And then they can either sell or just give it away, depending, because it turns clothing into like a quarter or so.
And you can go on eBay and you can find that. And one of the stores is Salvation Army Online.
Yes, but I don't recommend buying anything from them.
No, I won't. But, I've seen that online, I've seen the Salvation Army online that is selling just bags of clothing by the pound.
Okay.
So you've got no idea what you're going to get in there, what kind of fabric it's going to be. It's just you get 5 pounds of fabric. That's basically it.
Now, I don't know if people know this, but the Salvation Army is an intrinsically horrible corporation.
Yeah.
They're really vile. When they cut my hours and I said I won't be able to pay my rent, they basically told me to be a sex worker.
Yeah.
And they told me where to sell myself. And that's absolutely horrendous. They also use a good deal of their donation money, not on the poor, but to lobby, in Washington, D.C. and other governments because they want a Christian nation. And the other thing that they do is they torture their employees. Had to work in 120 degrees. They would not give us an air conditioner. They argued with how much of a fan we could use, and they denied us ice in our drinks because they thought we needed humility.
Yeah, I had a problem with them for a long time just because of the political things they supported, like their stance on abortion and LGBT issues. And yeah, after I got to know a couple of people who had actually worked in their stores, it really was quite appalling, the stories we heard.
Yeah, and believe me, I didn't work at all the places. This is just one small Salvation Army. So you don't know just how bad is throughout the organization. That's just one person at a very small Salvation Army. And that's how they treated me, and that's why I quit.
Yeah, well, and, I would question it if I was just hearing this from one person or one store. But yeah, I've heard this from people who have lived in several different states and worked for them.
You mean you'd question me? I think I'm pretty reliable.
Yes, But again, I would question if it wasn't, the policies of the manager who ran that one store.
Right.
But when you hear it from people who worked for them in several different states, it's got to be something that's the entire national organization.
Right. I was teasing, Perp. I was teasing. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Oh.
So, Dave, what's going on with you? I haven't been around.
Nothing exciting. Oh, my computer died today.
Why? What happened?
Fans. Hopefully it just needs fans replaced.
Oh, is it overheating on you?
Well, at the point at which it decided to die, it was making an almighty noise.
Okay, did you clean all the cat hair out of it?
There's no cat hair in this house. No cat would dare get anywhere near my computer.
Just because there's no cats in the building does not mean it's not full of cat hair.
Trust me, it's not full of cat hair. The dogs make sure of that.
Okay.
Now, dog hair, on the other hand, yeah, I got all that out.
Which reminds me, it's time that I gotta take the case off of mine and vacuum the cat hair out of it. Yeah, I gotta do that on a regular basis just to make sure it doesn't get that way.
I hope it's universal that everyone thinks my cats are cute, because I think my cats are cute. I don't care if you don't like cats. You could appreciate them for the artistic forms that they form when they blink.
Mm-hmm.
I think my cats are cute.
Kittens are automatically adorable. Unless they're those freaky hairless things. That's something different.
I'm not convinced.
You haven't seen Finny's paws?
Was the almighty noise a clicking noise? Yes, it was a clicking noise. But more of a... I'll go with a clicking noise, but very, very loud and very, very rattly with it.
Okay, as far as you're not being convinced, either you have not lived with cats or you're just an immoral bastard.
Cat. I've looked after some cats. It was a bastard as well. It was evil.
Yeah, but they're still cute even when they're being evil. That's the point.
No. We let it in our flat. We opened the door, closed the front door, and let it go. Vanished. Couldn't find it. Was gone. Didn't see it at all. 3 o'clock in the morning, it decides my arm hanging off the bed is something to play with. It comes out, it attacks my arm for 5 minutes, and then vanishes again, and we don't see it for another 24 hours. Until it comes and attacks my arm again.
Oh, what a sweetie.
Yeah. We had a cat like that he would come back every 2 or 3 days and expect to be all cuddly and everything and disappear like that. It's just that cat came with the apartment, literally. That we were carrying the boxes in from the truck and carried the couch in and went out for another load, and we came back up and there's a cat laying on the couch, and he's like, yeah, this is a nice place, I guess I can stay here. We have no idea where he came from. Just we had a cat.
If anyone doesn't know the song sung by Eartha Kitt called I Wanna Be Evil, look it up later, because that fits my kitty cat mood.
Well, I mean, Sloth Girl's cat bites me every day, but, she's still cute about it. We know she obviously was abused by whoever had her before she found her at the shelter. Just, I feel bad for her. She obviously had a very hard life. The cat is definitely neurotic.
Nerdy is trying to give me nightmares. Do you know the smell of a failing hard drive? Nerdy, you just made my spine like pop all of its vertebrae.
Yeah.
Yuck.
You do backups, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
because
that
it's happened to me. I've had a failing hard drive. I know what that is. There's a odor.
Nerdy, do you know what the quantum tick is? Quantum or Seagate? I think it was quantum. The
In my face.
yeah, I had a hard drive crash about 3 years ago.
They're fun, aren't they?
Well, yeah, because I also was not real good about doing regular backups. So I had lost about 80% of my writing for the last 6 months in that. So I had to recreate a hell of a lot of stuff from memory. I actually had more scripts for YouTube videos that I lost than I've actually been able to complete videos to date.
Yeah.
And it really sucks when you lose ideas. You know,
Yeah.
it's like I've got like scattered notes of concepts, and it's like I know I wrote the script out, and I have no idea what I said.
You should see my notes. I've got notebooks and notebooks.
Nerdy, you know what the worst thing is? I've run server farms like that with 3 identical running servers, sets of servers.
Dave, I have a question. How do you keep track of the questions that you're asking?
In what sense?
How do you keep track so that you don't double?
Oh, I have a spreadsheet of all the questions I've asked. And I have a list of ideas for questions and questions other people have given me, so I write a load of questions, and if I think one sounds familiar or Kaz thinks one sounds familiar, I'll check it against the spreadsheet.
Okay.
I'm always looking for ideas for more questions.
Well,
Yeah.
I have a few that don't fit my
Would you like my spreadsheet?
box. No, because then I'll be afraid to ask anything. I don't want to double up on myself. I can't imagine if I double up on you, but I think the spirit of our questions are different.
I don't
Yeah,
know what
definitely a very different flavor.
I don't know what you're trying to imply.
I think we're approaching it in a different way.
Yes, I almost certainly.
Okay, so for lack of vocabulary right now. Hey, I just came back from work. I'm kind of like, and my knee is killing me.
That's not
good. But wait, you think it would be excellent if I could ask some critical questions, as in Dave questions?
Oh, okay. I'm not sure whether he's asking that you write some of my questions or you take some of my questions.
Oh, I have questions that I don't think fit my genre that I'm probably going to give to you.
Awesome. The only questions so far that I've got that I won't ask are things I think that are too much or too offensive.
Oh, I think I get pretty offensive. I think I actually hurt somebody's feelings by having them answer my questions like live. And because of the way the audience reacted to some of the answers, they're not willing to do it anymore.
Well, Spooky was funny because there was a question there. Would you rather be on Critical Questions or have your fingernails pulled out? When he first came onto Critical Questions, was just after, and he thought it was a more like a quiz show with answers.
Oh, really?
Yes. So he wasn't quite expecting that he had to actually, come up with answers that meant something. And then the following episode, he twigged that all he needs to do is work out what he thinks the answer should be,
Uh-huh.
then work out what he thought the most morally reprehensible answer was, and then give that.
Well, I think I before COVID came out, I used to ask a lot of like pandemic and plague questions in order to like get
Yeah.
people to think about it. And now that COVID's here, I kind of have to like, I'm looking at that and thinking all of this is going to go through a COVID filter. They're not going to be thinking of Ebola. They're not going to be thinking of different ways of transmitting disease other than COVID.
No.
So how I present plague and pandemic questions, now I have to be more specified in my presentation.
Yeah.
Because usually I just ask a simple question and hope that someone's using their imagination to put themselves in a box in their head. And by the way they answer, it's up to me to interpret that, like try to figure out what type of disease, if they're not clear enough, and blah 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 blah. Like if I ask about a natural disaster, a lot of people think either hurricane or earthquake. A lot of people aren't thinking landslide or flood.
Yeah. We're getting kind of bored with the same stuff since the lockdown in March.
Yeah.
So I was saying about learning some new games, but people were not amused when I bought the board game Pandemic.
Ah ha 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 ha.
No,
There's
I'm
also an
serious.
app called there's also an app called Pandemic, and I've played it.
Yeah, I'm serious. There's a whole bunch of Pandemic board games, different themes to them.
Would I rather have spatula hands or be able to put force fields around ants?
Yes.
I think force fields around ants would be fine. I don't want spatula hands. I've got big hands anyway.
Yeah, knowing Faye, she's trying to protect the ants, which is probably an application no one else was considering.
Well, I mean, if you clean with white vinegar, you don't have ants coming into your house, and if you keep like your compost frozen until you put it in your garden, they're not going to be coming in to raid your trash anyway. So what's the big deal?
Yeah.
Yes, I have played the Plague Evolved game. I've been playing the Pandemic games before COVID. Yes, I'm that type of person. And I always thought that a knee brace was not a good idea, but this thing is nice. I love it.
Oh,
Knee
yeah.
brace is good as long as you don't wear it too much.
Oh, I've been having trouble standing up because I had to crawl underneath someone's car the other day with a bungee cord. Long story.
Yep.
And the way I got up, I think I put too much pressure on my kneecap in a weird way, and I haven't been able to stand up without that click,
Strangely enough, my knee has actually improved as I've gotten older. Because back when I was like in my 20s and 30s, I had to wear a brace that actually, had the metal bars on each side with the hinges.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I'm wearing.
Yeah.
This is because you've been practicing down on your knees for hours at an end.
Well, normally I can clean like all day on my hands and knees and I'm fine, but I think it was because I was under a car and I had to do some wiggling around,
Yep. You twisted it at an odd angle.
I must have put pressure and then moved it in a weird way, yeah. And now I'm just like, when I stand up, I can feel the... Not a good feeling.
No.
Oh, I'm excited about the tree. I can't wait because what I'm going to do is I'm going to hang things from it, and it's going to be my Christmas tree, my Halloween tree. It's going to be everything, and the cats are going to be like, what? Crazy. And hopefully they attack that instead of my plants. So I'm just over the moon. I
Well,
can't
if you
thank
keep
you guys
hanging,
enough.
yeah, if you keep changing the decorations and hanging new things on it, you should keep their interest.
Oh yeah. Well,
Because anything you put on it, they're going to want to knock off.
Have
these
you worked out how
little
you're going to do a camera yet?
no, but I'm really working on it, and I kind of asked my landlord if I could paint my living room green screen green. So we'll see. I
That'll
did
work.
ask. So hopefully they let me do it because that would take a lot of pressure off of me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I asked my building manager about that too, and I think she's pretending she lost the note.
Well, my landlord is my friend. Like they were my friends before they bought my building. I
Yep.
could have bought my building, but I couldn't raise $55,000. You know.
Mhm.
So until I can raise, they're like, well, if you buy it from us, you're gonna have to pay $75,000. And I'm like, you haven't put $25,000 in here. But last summer they did put $25,000 in here. So, but I would like to own my building.
Yeah. Are you,
But
is your building? Are you the only person that lives in your building?
no, it's a mother daughter. So downstairs is one apartment, and upstairs is another.
Yeah.
I'm upstairs. And I really like this house. Like I like my apartment. I like because my bathroom is like big enough to raise a family of 7.
Mm.
So it
You
feels
want to
very
stay there?
decadent.
Do you imagine being carried out there dead?
Huh?
Do you want to stay there indefinitely? Can you imagine yourself being carried out dead?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Well, I also hate to move. And one of my my dreams, my friends like always talking, oh, I should own property. I'm like, why don't you buy the building and move downstairs? Because then it would be kind of like roommates, but you have your own place. And I don't have to worry about driving to see them. But so far that idea is not popular. And I'm like, come on, buy the building off of the
Well,
landlord.
I always thought that if I had the capital to buy some property, that would be the way to do it.
Mhm.
Is buy something that's like 4 apartments, so I live in one of them and rent the rest of them out.
Then I know a perfect building for you.
Do you like to live on the ground
It's
floor?
it's on the next block. It's got the downstairs is retail space. Used
Yeah.
to be a dress shop, but the dress shop lady got cancer and she died. So it's got this
Yeah.
great big retail space, and then upstairs is
Oh,
6
God.
apartments. No, it's 6 apartments,
Yeah.
and I think the whole thing could go for 125,000.
Yeah, but if it's got a retail space, Sloth Girl would turn it into a yarn store. I wouldn't have any choice in that.
Do you know how popular that would be in my area? Oh my goodness. You'd make a mint here.
Yeah, but economically that would make sense for me because I could do most of the building maintenance myself.
Mhm.
And that's the biggest cost was keeping something like that going.
There you go, Purple. You've got to move again.
You see, that's the thing. It's like I was talking to my landlady, and you probably don't want to hear about all my. Should I continue this or no?
Go ahead.
Okay. I was thinking about building a channel with my landlady where we take a drive once a week, and we drive through all the. We have like the separate road that used to be connected to like trains and things like that, and it was very, very busy with tourists and stuff like that, but it's all shut down now. But those are areas that would be great for like beer brewing, and the buildings are there, like the hotels are there, the swimming pools are already built.
Yep.
Everything's built. It's just not being used anymore, but the only thing they had was somewhere to stay and somewhere to eat. Well, no, we need small businesses here. We need bookstores, we need craft stores, we need all kinds of places to work and blah blah blah. And that would bring some kind of it would bring fresh DNA, which we need.
Do you?
Yes. Yes, we need fresh DNA. So, like, yeah, we need real fresh DNA. Definitely.
Yeah,
Like
when you
to the
start
point
getting
where it's
babies
like
with
you
arms out of
kind
their
of want to have
forehead,
like, huh?
when you start getting babies with arms out of their forehead, yeah, it's time for fresh in the gene pool.
We have a very large mentally handicapped area. Most of it is from inbreeding.
That's not good.
No, it's not good. And it's like to the point where you're just like, some of them are incapable of speech.
Mm.
So, and I'm not making fun.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay,
but
Dave.
do not fuck your sister, okay?
Yes.
You did not have permission to use my audience as guinea pigs. I don't know what you're up to, but I don't think I like it.
This is not testing
It's
something
nerdy.
honest.
It's nerdy, and he was born for this.
Oh.
He's a rodent.
Oh. But you do
Okay.
realize after you test something on him, you have to, like,
Dissect him.
have an autopsy, yes.
A vivisection, I prefer.
Oh, okay. Like, nerdy, you're gonna have to wrap your rodent self in, like, body bandages so they think that you've already been investigated internally. It's just that you lived through it.
Investigated internally.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to know how Dave has wired Nerdy's keyboard to give him a shock if he gets it wrong.
I don't know. But how many times have you been investigated internally, nerdy?
That's what I was trying to work out.
I don't know. Have you ever been picked up by a flying saucer?
Or some weird guy in a lab coat? We're only getting body language as an answer.
Apparently.
Like that, nerdy. That's it. You're getting a visit tonight, Dave. Be sure to leave a bowl of water out.
Oh, that's
How
cute.
How tolerant are rats to salt?
Oh,
I've got
no.
a 25-kilogram sack of salt.
Why?
Huh?
Well,
Where's
if you've got a 75-kilogram sack of salt and you drop it on them, I don't think the rats will tolerate it.
No. The other question that Kaz just asked, which I think is far more relevant,
Yes.
is how tolerant are rodents of Jack Russells?
Oh.
Isn't that pretty much what terriers were bred for?
I believe so.
Yeah, I
thought it
they
was
were.
weasel hunting, but
Well,
same
I
thing,
didn't
right?
know specifically what species, but yeah, just to go after rodents. To be able to get rodents out of the burrow.
Yeah.
Salt is delicious, but unhealthy. Has anyone here read The History of Salt?
I can't say I have.
No.
It's a really good book. It's nonfiction. It doesn't sound like a good read, but it is a good read. I loved it. Okay, I just killed the chat.
No, man. I'm getting kind of annoyed with StreamYards because it's being so sluggish that we're like off the topic before I can ever highlight anything.
Yeah, I have to. In YouTube at the moment, when I'm doing my stream, I have to set my stream to be almost immediate, or there's a middle setting. So just so that I'm about 15 seconds behind.
Oh, is there something in YouTube I can adjust that? I wasn't aware of that.
There is, but I don't know if you can adjust it for a StreamYard stream.
Probably not. Probably
I'm
only on your OBS.
I'm almost at the point where I'm just gonna like offer Nadine money to be my silent co-pilot so that she can do things like pictures and highlighting and everything that I just can't figure out on my own because I'm going to be 50. And 5s are so much more satisfying to write than 4s, in my opinion. I'm so happy. I'm sorry. I don't want to
But
lead
2
with a
seconds, I have to tell
4.
you. Apparently, he can take down Jack Russells easily.
Oh, okay.
Low
In
latency.
numbers. In numbers. Because it's like the goblin horde.
Yeah.
But nobody understands what I mean by goblin horde, do you?
A horde of goblins.
Well, I don't know if there's a specific reference there, but I get the general meaning.
You know, as they fall, they just stand on the bodies of the fallen so they can get over the castle wall.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was kind of thinking. There's a section in one of the Xanth books about that.
Yes! That's exactly what I'm talking about. That
Yeah.
is exactly
Okay, yeah,
Piers Anthony. Oh, you get a gold star for knowing
the Xanth
that.
series was one of my fiance's favorites.
Oh, I'm so happy. Okay. No, they're really brilliant books. I started reading them when I was a pre-teenager, and like I'm reading it, and then they've got the gerrymandering, the gerrymander monster.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm reading it,
Yep.
and I'm like, gerrymander? And my uncle was like, gerrymandering? I'm like, no, it's a gerrymander. And I showed him the book, and he's like, that's a real word.
Yep.
And I said, okay, explain. And he told me what gerrymandering was. And I was like, that makes sense. Now I understand the monster. And I went back to the book. So my books from back then are so full of like little red ink. After that, I went back and reread the first one, which is The Spell for Chameleon, and underlined all of the weird vocabulary of some of the things so I could get the puns. Because there's a lot of dad jokes in those books.
Yeah.
You just have to go back. And I was so young at the time, I didn't get half of them. And I was just like, okay, I gotta look this stuff up. I think that's why I did so well on my SATs.
Yeah, there are definitely some obscure puns in there.
Mm-hmm. You know, you have quick sand that makes you go quick, and slow sand that makes you go slow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I just thought they were charming and interesting, but the goblin horde thing is something that always stuck with me because can't tell you how many times I've run into concepts in my life, and I'm like, that's just willing to lay down in front of a wall and have someone stand on your dead body so you can help someone get higher.
He wouldn't stand a chance, apparently. And then he said, we are Legion and Groot. Sometimes we've been known to hire badgers.
Yep.
Ooh.
I thought the badgers hired you to do their dirty work.
I thought they worked in tandem.
I didn't think badgers worked with anyone, but then again, there's a huge difference between American badgers and European badgers, so we're
And
pretty much talking
African-
about completely different animals.
Yeah, don't worry about the honey badger.
Yeah.
Like that. And so if you've got any external internet cables, then be worried. And my biggest concern would, to be quite honest, would be that the server room's window is open. I guess it's cooler that way.
Yeah, see, I go back to the time of CB radios, when if somebody got too annoying, they would find somebody cut the cable to their antenna.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I ran coax outside so the next door neighbour could have internet, could use our internet. And someone came along, well, his ex-girlfriend came along and cut that.
Ah.
Oh, this is funny.
What's funny?
The fact that I'm here having this weird conversation and enjoying myself after working. It's
You're
nice.
allowed to enjoy yourself after
Well,
work.
that's good. I'm
Am
glad
I
to help you
really?
relax.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, normally I
Wait
don't.
there. I have to say this next line. I'm very sorry. And
What?
not just by going home and playing with your pussy.
Oh, but I got two. I'm a freak. It's so I am in total love. They come up to me, they lean on my ankles at the same times. They do synchronized pooping. They do synchronized like eating, and oh, they're just so cute. But they
I've been,
definitely have their own
yeah,
personalities.
I've definitely been seeing that having them in the house has been good for you.
I feel so much better. I was really having a problem with the panic attacks
Hmm.
after I lost Patsy.
Yeah, well, and cats can be very good for that. I find, that when I'm having an anxiety attack, that having the cat in my lap helps quite a lot.
Well,
Apparently, cats grow on trees.
oh, well, I'm planning on getting a cat tree that looks like a tree, so I'm so happy. Um,
Yep.
no, but part of the problem with okay, when I was really really young, I think I was like 6-ish, I got lost in the middle of the Pine Barrens by myself. Or I should say, I was abandoned by my cousins in the middle of the Pine Barrens by myself, and they didn't like find me until like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Mm,
And when you're in pitch blackness and you're that young and you're in the woods, you
yeah.
are so terrified you hallucinate. Or at least that's what happened to me. So when my mother found me, my wits were fried, and I've never been totally okay in the dark since.
Yep.
So having a pet really helps me, because we have a lot of blackouts in my area. There's a lot of electrical issues, and yeah, my first ones after Patsy left, I was just like, no. How many pooped at the exact same time as you yesterday? They didn't poop when I did. They pooped when the other cat pooped.
that, was
I
right.
have
That
two
wasn't meant to be
boxes
about your
next to each
cats.
other. I have two
That was
boxes. What?
that wasn't meant to be about your cats. It was in response to Nerdy. It was how many
Oh,
people pooped at the same time as you yesterday.
oh, well, I don't know.
I suppose I'd have to figure that out statistically of how many people there are in the world, how long it takes the average person to poop, how often they poop on average. I'm sure it could be calculated.
Well, and how many people eat at the same time, how fast their metabolisms are, and blah, blah, blah. I suspect a lot of people are pooping at the same time as me.
Well, I mean, with, over 7 billion people in the world, I'm sure that statistically there's got to be like at least a couple thousand.
Yeah.
I always laugh when people talk about, oh, well, cows fart a lot and blah, 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 and methane. And it's like, you haven't met my mom? She's a farter. Like, she could
But is
rival a
she a
cow.
burper? Oh, look at that. 7.8 billion
7.8 billion poop at the
people.
same time.
No,
No.
people on the planet.
We've cracked 7.8.
So imagine them, half of them like pooping at the same time as you, or a quarter.
Well, no, because, it should only take you a few minutes each day, so.
I don't know. I have a friend who takes an hour in the bathroom when they have to go.
What does he eat?
I don't know. I don't know.
Are you sure
I
he's
know.
only pooping and not doing something else in there?
No, I suspect there's a book involved.
Do you think?
No,
I
never.
This is a critical question. Wait there. Let me write this down at the same time.
Okay.
I might have already asked it. That's the worst thing. Do you think that we are damaging society by not being bored on the loo?
Not being what?
Bored on the loo.
Bored on the loo?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't see how that damages society, but
Because
Actually, I do see.
Yes,
Like
thank
boredom is actually a good thing for the brain. Boredom will make you create things, because it's kind of natural for the human brain to seek out like problem solving and etc. And you do your best thinking while taking a poop. You also remember things better while taking a poop. So
Okay.
being not entertained while you're in the bathroom shitting is actually not good for the brain. So there's my answer. Do you agree, Dave?
I do.
Okay.
I would like to, see at least an article on that bit about that you do your best thinking when you're
I'm
taking
not
a
convinced
poop.
about you do your best thinking.
Yeah.
Well, no,
but
they
the
had that
boredom
on.
bit-
They had that on both. They had that actual material both, I think, on 8 out of 9 Cats and on QI when Stephen Fry was hosting. So I do remember an extensive conversation being done by it, and I think Stephen mentioned a study, but I can't quote any of that.
Okay.
Surprising benefits of being bored.
Yeah, there
I
are benefits to being bored.
I will vouch for the thing of the brain seeking problem solving when you're bored, because that's what happens to me anytime I try to fall asleep.
I see.
Anytime I try to fall asleep, my brain is like, oh, okay, we can do the trigonometry equations for that project we were working on.
Yes. What the hell is going on here? Do you use your phone in the loo?
No, I
No,
don't even have a phone.
Yep.
Do you not at all?
No.
I have one. I use it as little as possible. I do
I
not
don't-
carry it with me. Most of the time, it just sits next to my chair.
What do you do in the loo?
Me?
Yeah.
Nothing. Other than go to the bathroom.
Nothing at
don't-
all. You don't have a book or a puzzle book or a.
No. I might clip my fingernails, but other than that.
Purple?
He's
Well,
scandalized.
pretty much the same here. There are no books or magazines in my bathroom. It's like I go in there. Often the cat follows me in, so I might pet the cat while I'm in there. That's about it.
I might. I don't take an excessively long time to go to the bathroom anyway.
Yeah, it's business. I don't spend a lot of time in there.
Interesting. Nerdy says, I have absolutely no problem whatsoever falling asleep. I can even fall asleep standing up. I should introduce you to Caroline. She is perfectly capable of falling asleep virtually anywhere.
I had a roommate like that. She had narcolepsy.
Yeah, I've known people that way. Unfortunately, about one of the few things that bores me enough that I can fall asleep is driving.
Spooky says, how do you photograph your poop? Do you take a Polaroid camera in?
I don't photograph my poop.
I have never in
routinely.
my life had the urge to photograph my poop.
However, if COVID gets completely crazy, I might invest in a phone and see if I can poop for money. I don't know. Who knows at this point?
Unfortunately, yeah, there are websites for that.
Yeah, so,
What do you mean? What do you do in the loo? I do my business, clean up and get out. It smells. It smells really bad.
Yep.
That's why you're bum. It shouldn't smell that bad whilst you're on the loo. Unless you've got a really small bum.
Well, I don't keep books in there because the humidity is bad for them, and I get upset about people ruining books.
Yeah, is your toilet in the bathroom?
Yes.
Yeah. In the US, basically, that's the way they all are.
Well, that our upstairs one is, but our downstairs ones aren't.
No, usually, even if it's a half bath, that just means there's no shower stall. It's just a sink and a toilet. And a full bathroom is a sink, toilet, shower stall, that type of thing.
Yeah. So you call a half bath something that doesn't have a bath?
Yeah.
Right.
Of course you do. See, that would be a toilet. We call that a toilet. A toilet contains a toilet and a sink.
Right. But
Okay, wait a minute though.
real
But
estate term is a half bath.
yeah, if you
Your
don't
real
have a
estate
sink
men are
in there,
common.
if you don't have a sink in there when you're done on the toilet, how do you wash your hands?
No, you have a sink. You have a sink and a toilet.
Okay.
Yeah.
What you don't have is a bath. So you don't call it a half bath.
Well, you can do the what do you call it? Wet
WC.
washcloth cleanup.
Water closet.
Wet washcloth cleanup, or as you would call it, a flannel.
Or a bidet.
Don't have a bidet.
I'm thinking about getting
They're
a bidet.
rare.
I'm thinking about getting more. They've become very popular, both over here and there.
I would love one actually.
Yeah, I've always wondered why they never became popular in the U.S. and that
Because we didn't
people
make
should have
them.
adopted them.
We didn't invent them, therefore we don't want them. We're weird that way.
Yeah.
You know, we don't like things like progress. June, I would love either a Japanese or a Korean refrigerator. Have you seen them?
No,
Huh?
what's unique about the Japanese
We
refrigerator?
upgraded to an American style one.
Oh, the Japanese and Korean refrigerators are great because they have these like compartments for fermentation, so you can make kimchi and things like that. And it's just the design, and it makes so much sense, and they fit so much food, and they're so well organized and so well like like
Well, I
holy.
object
It's
now.
like
I object to the fact that my fridge is a Samsung then.
I would rather have a Japanese or a Korean refrigerator than what I've got, but I'm not willing to spend that much money to get one.
Mhm.
I'm annoyed by that. What did we miss out on?
If you ever have time, like Japanese fridge, and just like go to Google, hit the images, and just be like, oh,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up later to see what makes them different.
like I love the fact that the fruit and veg are in the middle of the fridge rather than at the very bottom compartment. And the bottom compartment is like other things, and they have like the upper thing for the drinks makes more sense, and the freezer compartments are like gorgeous.
Well, I
I
can
love
definitely support that. Having the fruit drawer in the bottom never made sense.
No, because it's like, come on. I would rather have that more accessible. I don't
They've
know.
got Hello Kitty on the outside.
But also, you know, that the bottom is slightly colder.
Depends on the fridge.
Yeah.
Like their food storage systems are second to none. Seriously.
So you get Spooky says, I can ferment stuff in the fridge. It's easy. What? Leave the door open.
I make kimchi. I make my own kimchi. So.
Yeah, the salad mix will ferment if you leave it in there long enough.
I make my own kimchi, so we'll just leave that. Okay.
Yeah.
I would like a same size deep freezer, the same size as my fridge, next to my fridge. Because I also like put my vegetable peelings and stuff like that in the freezer, and that way when I put it in the compost, it decays that much faster. So instead of like, say, a peach taking over 59 days to decay, you've got, less time.
Wait, if you put it in the freezer, it decays faster?
Yeah.
Well, no, you freeze it for 24 hours.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And then you put it out in the compost. And
I mean, we use banana when we do banana bread. A quick way to do it with banana bread is you just put a banana into the freezer, and you take it out. It's basically it's mush.
Well, yeah, I can see that because the expanding water crystals will
Yeah.
rupture a lot of the cells.
Right,
Yeah.
but if you do make banana bread, you, instead of the freezer, why don't you just put it in a brown bag on your counter, because that will make the black spots. And when your bananas are black, the sugar content is higher. And that when you make the banana bread, you get more of a banana taste rather than having to use banana extract,
Right.
because you've actually
I don't
let
think
it
we've ever used
ripen all the
banana extract.
way. Huh?
Because I don't think we've ever used banana extract, have we? Nope.
Well,
All they're saying that the banana
try
bread
try
doesn't-
letting your bananas go completely, very, very spotty or completely black before you make
Oh
the
yeah.
banana bread, because it tastes so much better.
Oh yeah. No, we always wait until they're completely black for the banana bread.
I mean, right
No,
now, we've
and you can tell when they're fully ripe because the smell gets significantly
25?
stronger.
30 bananas because there was the stuff up in the order. So we had like 30 bananas turn up. Like 6 bunches. I don't know if there's 5 in each. There might be more.
Well, I
Okay.
recently had a watermelon, and I ate the watermelon. I froze the rind, and then I put the rinds out in the compost after I froze them.
Yeah.
They broke down within like 2 weeks
Hmm.
instead of like taking the entire season to go.
Have you got gone?
I never thought about that, and that would have made a big difference. When I had a house in St. Paul, we had a vermicomposting bin in the basement,
Mm-hmm.
and that would have made a lot more sense than to like you say, freeze all the fruit and vegetable peels, because some of them did take rather a long time to break down there.
Oh yeah, I mean it's something that I've been like trying to get my friend to do, because she's also a composter, and she's just like, oh no, I put them on my counter, and I'm like, that's why you have ants. And she's like, and then we transfer it to the compost thing, and it's like, so you're composting in your house and outside of your house. When I look at your compost, everything's still whole. Why don't you freeze it
Yeah.
first? Why don't you just take 24 hours or 12 hours or whatever, freeze
Yep.
it so that the cold will do the structural cell damage. So when it starts to thaw, everything just falls apart. And she's no.
Yeah, and if you have any kind of container on your kitchen counter, you'll never get rid of the fruit flies.
No, you won't. Well, Spooky, your friend really liked the sugar inside the bananas, because when they are black, they are very tasty and very sweet.
Yeah, I can't eat bananas when they're that mushy. They have to still be firm.
Oh, they're great for cooking that
But
way.
yeah, no,
Why do
yeah,
banana
that's the thing.
plants walk?
When they get that mushy, then we just do banana bread.
Why do banana plants walk?
I don't know why they walk, but they do
I find
walk.
it creepy. It gives me
Wait,
nightmares.
banana plants walk?
Yes,
Yeah.
they do. Banana plants will walk.
They literally walk.
Yeah, they
Are
do.
they related to triffids?
Probably, and that's probably why it gives me nightmares that banana plants walk.
I have never heard that banana plants walk.
You need to look it up.
Okay, well,
They do
I've
walk.
never been in a region where bananas could grow, so it never was a thing for me.
They can walk up to like 40 centimeters during a lifetime. I mean, it's not that far,
Yeah,
but they do walk. And, some trees actually walk.
Don't say that. Just add to my nightmares. Don't say other things can walk.
Uh-huh. But banana trees are known for it, so. But yeah, they have time-lapse photography of banana plants walking. So there you go. If you're curious, you can
okay,
find
gonna have
videos
to look
of
that
such a
up too
thing.
now.
I know weird little trivia stuff, and most of it is
You see,
from
you rant
QI.
about ducks going down the street. You don't rant about the banana trees turning up on the doorstep.
That's true. But ducks would the wake up call in the morning. Oh
There you
no.
go. My final question for today was: would you rather have a
Mhm.
cephalopod beak or swan legs.
Wait, what's a cephalopod?
Octopus is a good example.
Oh, cephalopod.
Sorry, cephalopod. my
Okay.
bad.
Yeah, it sounded like you were saying with a Z.
Yeah.
And
So-
here I was trying to remember if Beeble Brox had a weird mouth. Anyway,
He didn't have a beak.
I think I would go for the beak.
Why? Almost everyone went for the legs.
Nah, I wouldn't want the legs.
I don't know. Going for a beak would basically just be going back to what I was. I mean, the octopus is described as having a parrot's beak, and that's pretty much what Triceratops had.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I'd mind that because then maybe I wouldn't need a knife as much.
I was
you
I'd
going to
have one
say,
on my face.
yeah, you wouldn't need a nutcracker.
Like,
cracking
can
nuts
I
and
open my
shellfish.
mouth? Can I open my mouth and have the beak be internalized? So anything I put in my mouth, then I can deal with it with my beak instead of my teeth.
I was thinking just, having it sticking out, but, it is for cracking shellfish. So, cracking nuts and shellfish. And
Yeah. I mean, they can destroy a crab, so you can basically take down anything.
yeah,
So
and I love crab legs.
that way, if I'm attacked, how many times it's like, well, she bit her attacker. Yeah, if I bit my attacker and I had one of those beaks, I'd be like, he's
bit my
dead.
attacker and I have his arm.
I bit my attacker and I bit down to the bone, and here's a bone sample for you.
Yeah, okay, this is one of the things I've always wondered about, that people see sucking a guy off as being a thing of submission.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, if somebody's got their teeth around your cock, who's in a better position to hurt who?
Depends. If he's got a gun to your head while you're doing that, that's definitely a submissive thing.
The problem is, I think it comes more, to be honest, from religion, from everything, from it being a degrading act, because the only non-degrading sex is missionary for reproduction. So everything else became, this is degrading. And
okay, yeah, that actually makes sense of a lot of it.
Again, it's another one of those things I had problems getting with lots of things like that, based upon what you're taught and then what the actual experience of it is.
Yeah, I guess I'm not really used to, putting religion as part of the question in most of these things. That's why
especially when it's detached. I mean, don't forget, there's very little religion in my life, but the problem is that there was religion in my parents' and my grandparents' lives.
Yeah.
So it's not even that they were teaching me that this was for religious reasons. They're just teaching me that this is the reason. It's just they were told it was for religious reasons, so now it's in the same way fucking America fucking circumcises kids. It's got fuck all to do with the religion. None of the religious people that went over to America circumcised their kids.
Well, I don't know if you've noticed, but like a lot of Christians, especially Christian males, they don't mind lesbian sex. Like they don't mind the idea of a lesbian, but they do mind the idea of a gay man.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I don't think they like anything that's been feminized.
No, I think it's worse than that. Well, I have an opinion on this that I do not have backing for. My opinion is quite simple. Because of the childish way that within religion mostly, but within our society, that men are taught to look at women as objects.
Yeah, of course.
Right? They think, whenever they see a gay man, they think that that the person is thinking of them that way, because that's what they do.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm sure it's a lot of projection like that.
Well, also, I think
that's
because they think of it as being submissive,
yep,
and weak, and they, to me, they equate that with femininity rather than
entirely possible. I get where you're coming from there. I think there's a crossover there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think there's a definite crossover.
Oh yeah.
But that's what I was talking about. Like anything that is seen as weak. Like, okay, okay, rant
Do
time.
do
Hey,
you want the
what
worst
really
news?
pisses me off about religion, and this is something that really, really fucking lights my ass on fire, is the fact that they're constantly talking about weakness, 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 weakness. We
Yeah.
are a social species. We need each other. We do not stand alone. What are you talking about? Weakness. We're in a cooperative. It's called society. It's called our culture. Get over yourselves. Weakness, we're supposed to help each other. We can't just. We don't have enough time to make our shoes, make our clothes, blah, blah, blah. This is no longer pioneering times. Our cultures have completely changed. But even then, we still need to work together for food, for this, for that, and the other thing. We definitely stop saying weakness. People have problems. Saying, I need help with something shouldn't be something where it's like, I have a character flaw. People need to get the fuck over themselves. Drives me nuts.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I think that the original pitch for that, was they wanted to convince everybody they were too weak to make it alone, that they had to depend on the church.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we are too weak to. That's why we
But
live in
again, you go
cooperatives.
back to sexuality. This is the thing, right?
Yep.
You go back to sexuality, right? It has now been pretty much categorically proven there are no straight men,
Awesome.
right?
That's
And
hot.
history
I'm
plays this
sorry.
out
That's
too,
hot.
right? History plays this out too. Okay, you look at cultures where they haven't had this prohibition on gay sex, and there was.
I can search the web for that.
No, shut up. Right, my phone's gone nuts. Where you have this the cultures where it's just normal. You have a wife and you shag guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's just normal, and it's not seen. Look, whereas if you're forced into this is straight, and this is, if you're not straight, you're gay, and this is it, and this is horrific. This is the worst thing you can possibly be.
I'm actually a good example of that, because I think part of the reason I turned out the way I did was because nobody ever talked about sex with me. So by the time they got around to giving me the sex talk as I was a teenager, and it hadn't occurred to me that people were supposed to pick one or the other, and I'd already had both a boy and a girl, so it was already too late.
Well, historically speaking, and I do acknowledge what you said, Purple, but like, say your husband is a Roman legionnaire and he goes off for 25 years and they come home periodically, but women, you're not supposed to go fuck some guy. You're supposed to be like fooling around with your female neighbor. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As long as you don't get pregnant by someone else, you can explore sexuality.
Yes, very much so.
It's kind of the same thing. It's like,
Yeah.
You want to know the other interesting thing that's completely unrelated? Okay.
Okay, I'm listening.
There are no straight girls, but there are gay girls.
Okay.
There are in studies there are girls that are 100% gay.
Not surprised, and
no, it's interesting.
Well,
it's interesting. I thought there was something else coming.
No, there was nothing.
Okay.
I've just given you the stat that there are no straight or gay men.
I would dispute that too. I used to say that everyone was like bi to one degree or another, but yeah, I think there is, it's a bell curve. There's a small percentage who are completely straight or completely gay.
I don't know how you could argue that when society has instilled so much. When all we have is the tests that we can carry out on the subconscious, and they show that everyone is somewhere. That there is, like I said, the only place where anyone came out as 100% attracted to only one gender was some women, to other women.
Oh, that's interesting.
Because you can't use the conscious, because the conscious is pretty much overridden by culture. Unfortunately. I'd be. There's lots of interesting things there. I think we're only really at the infancy of studying a lot of this stuff as well.
See, I'm like, when I was at college, people would be like, "I'm straight, I'm bi, I'm whatever," and it's like, I don't care. You know, it's like, I don't care. I'm still like, we're humans here. Just rock on, rock on. You know, I didn't care. You know, someone's like, I got beat up because I'm gay. It's like, okay, who beat you up? And you're fine. It's like, how many people I held against the wall? Mind your own business. If you're not being asked to participate, don't bully people, or I'm going to hurt you. Gonna hurt you, because if people are knocking on my door because you're beating people up, I'm going to beat you up. You understand? Do you know how many people I had to do that to? 2. Then the rumors went around. And then after that, nobody messed with anyone because I
wish
was
you
on
had
the
gone to
floor
my
and I'm
school.
angry.
See, it never occurred to me that I had
To hold someone against a wall and...
No, that I had to be. I've never. The problem with being bi in our society, as I discovered, is that you can very easily pretend to be straight.
Okay.
So
Well,
it's not like it was a struggle growing up, because no one that it mattered that it was an issue to ever found out that I wasn't straight.
yeah, and that's the thing, is you don't have to pretend to be straight, because most people will assume you are unless you provide something to the contrary.
Yeah, but I hate to say this, it's probably better not to make any assumptions with people.
You've got to.
Well, when it comes to sexuality, I don't.
You do. The problem you've got is you can only deal with about 150 people in your head. Outside of that, you have to make assumptions. You have to base it on stereotypes. You have to, because, well, I mean, the thing you want, it's one of those things that slightly annoys me about some of the activism, because, well, you personally might not need to. I don't know, because I know surprisingly little about you. Okay. Right. But in general, people need to make assumptions as to whether or not, at the end of that, I'm going to be very blunt, people need to make assumptions as to whether or not there is the possibility of shagging that person.
Oh, okay.
Right? So you've got to make assumptions based on that. Now, that's not to say that you need to be an arsehole, or that you have to be prepared to change those assumptions. But you have to start with an assumption.
I don't know about starting with an assumption. I would start with like, if I was interested in someone, I would just say, "Hey, I'm interested. Are you?"
Yes.
You know, I mean, that's not really that much of an assumption.
You're
It's
starting
more
with
of
an assumption that they might be.
That's more of an invitation, but I don't make invitations, so fun stuff.
Have you been married, Faye?
No, why would I do that? Ugh. That's the last thing I've ever wanted. Even when I was a teenager, I knew I didn't want to walk down an aisle or wear a stupid dress and get complete, like, when I thought I might end up that way, I was like, well, maybe if I hook up with a professional fisherman and they're not home ever, I can deal with this. I can't cohabitate with another human being and be happy.
I was going to say, someone else I was talking to recently said that. I like my bed, I'm not sharing it with anyone. If someone could pop round for a shack occasionally, that'd be nice.
Well, my sister, one of my sisters, she and her husband have separate bedrooms. Because, well, it's less germy. I don't think he's happy with the arrangement, but she likes it cold at night. He likes it warm. He's an active sleeper. She sleeps like the dead. She works in healthcare. He doesn't, and he calls her the bringer of all plagues. It's better for them to sleep in separate bedrooms, and it's instead of passing germs all night long. Like if somebody's sick, you don't have to be like,
Yes. I like what Katie
petri
said.
dish. You're like, I look at a lot of people's beds as like, this is a petri dish that's just.
They are. But to be fair, they are. This is one of those things, though. Someone's bed is a petri dish, but it's their petri dish. It's their stuff.
Yeah. Well, I clean houses professionally, so.
Yeah, you're dealing with other people's bugs.
Yeah.
Their bacteria, their ooze. I mean, it's one of those things again that people talk about humans. I mean, humans are slobbery, sweaty things.
That's why I talk about waterproofing shit. I mean, people need the pee pads and like, what do you call it? Like, dust mite things on their mattresses. I had to throw out my mattress. Yeah, because you didn't protect your mattress. If you protect your mattress and flip your mattress, you can make it live like twice as long. You don't always have to do these things, but if they had pee pads, like humans leak.
Yeah.
All the time, whether they're old or young or whatever. Guests leak, drunk people leak.
Yeah.
It's like, why the hell do you not have a pee pad for your it drives me nuts.
There you go. Nerdy's comment earlier. Can I eat it or shag it, or will it eat me? Or shag you?
Yeah, I was highlighting that because I was going to say pretty much the same thing, almost word for word. That's the basic animal logic, is those three questions.
Yeah, but can I eat it, shag it, and will it eat me as a night in?
Yeah, it's really just a matter of what order you're asking the questions in.
Just people.
Okay.
Yeah,
are you single?
People are gross.
Yes.
Well, I can definitely see that, Faye, from your standpoint, that, if I was having to be gathering up other people's bedding to wash it and that, I don't want something that's soaked in someone else's sweat.
Have you ever had to clean a 3-story house and they say, oh no, don't clean the 3rd floor, we have that locked off because like the pigeons get in there? And then you realize at some point you're cleaning up a pile of stuff and you realize, wait, these are desiccated maggots. And you look up and you realize that maggots are dripping down from the ceiling.
Oh, God, no.
Because there's something dead in the house.
Okay, yeah.
Have that.
That is something I frequently have had to deal with.
Do you deal with the 3rd floor then?
No. What I've done is I will say, okay, I'm not going to clean here until we deal with this. You're going to either, and I will I bring my list of like repair guys that I know in my area. And I'll be like, you need to make sure that the pigeons don't get up here.
Do you know a good roofer in my area?
Huh?
Do you know a good roofer in my area?
No, I don't.
I
think everyone should know that. And I've had to call exterminators for like when I used to do property management for people who leave the state. Over the winter I will look over some people's property, make sure their pipes aren't frozen and things like that. And I do have a list of handymen and people and plumbers, and it's basically.
Do you work for yourself?
Yes.
Are you on commission for referring handymen?
No, but I should be.
Yes.
No, because like for example, I was dealing with a house, I think it was built in like early 1800s, and the people had gone away for the season, and they're like, look at my property, look over it. Like they gave me the schedule and I wrote them detailed emails every week to let them know what was going on, like if anything froze or leaks or anything.
All right.
And then
How
one
do
day
you not
I
have
was
a, wait,
there.
wait a minute. You have to have a phone to take pictures.
No,
Do you not take pictures of these things when you find them?
no,
Not for your pleasure or to share them, but to document them.
no. If they want pictures, they have to leave me a device.
I can't believe you've not got a phone.
I don't have a phone. Phones don't usually work everywhere up here either.
No, it's not even the phone. The phone feature. It's having now. It's this. I was talking about it earlier, right? That people now that are 18 to 25 or 25 and younger, if something happens, the first thing they think of is that they have got a camera in their pocket.
Yeah, I don't have one.
They have an accident.
I've been talking about getting one, but I don't have one.
Well, the weird thing is, though, I don't. I've got one in my pocket, but when something happens, I don't think to pull out my camera.
Yeah, and
I'll come
Dave.
home and I'll say, Caroline.
Well, anyway, what I was going to say is one day I went to go into their house and noticed the door was open. Like their back door was open because you pull into the driveway, you walk to the back of the house and use that door, not the front door, because reasons. Anyway, the door was open and I was like, I don't know if I should go in there. And I noticed a lot of like big prints in the snow.
Yeah.
So I had to call animal control because there was a bear inside their house.
Oh, I thought it was just a person in there.
No, a bear had basically walked up, leaned on the door, got in their house. There was very little food. There were some claw marks on the wall. I know people who have come downstairs and seen a bear in their living room. I think it was a black bear doorknob head.
Yep, I've heard incidents like that where I used to live in northern Michigan.
Did you not warn them against putting out porridge?
Sometimes we have bobcat issues too. Like a bobcat will move in underneath the stairs, things like that. And you have to call and then they relocate.
And Dave, I think that works the other way around. I think if you leave the porridge out, little blonde girls wander in, but
does that work? I should have to try that.
Oh, we know what your basement looks like. It's like a table with porridge and some cages. No, only kidding.
What else?
No, but like that's the kind of thing I have to deal with. It's less of that now with COVID. People aren't really traveling. People aren't doing their thing. I'm not getting booked for housekeeping the way I used to. Some people are able to work remotely from home, so that's good for them. It's bad for me. I'm getting less, pet sitting gigs. I'm getting less, but I do shopping for people and things like that. I do have a large amount of people who like, will you take my garbage out and things like that, and it's like, yeah, great. I wish I had a little attachable trailer to put on my car and things like that, but I don't. So
what do you call your I've got two questions now. Firstly, what do you call yourself?
Housekeeper, property manager. Why?
And what I've got three questions. What car do you drive?
I don't drive a good car anymore.
No, as in what type of car?
Right now it's a sedan.
Okay, that's a surprise. I thought everyone in America drove pickups.
No.
I drive a hatchback.
Why?
You're weird, apparently.
What other question?
I am weird. You ever try to get 4x8 sheet of plywood into a hatchback?
Yes.
It's a lot harder than a pickup.
I have a reason to drive a pickup truck, and I have never owned one in my life.
Have you got a roof rack?
That's generally how I get the things done, is strapping things to the roof.
Do you have anyone else that works with you, for you?
No.
Interesting.
Why?
How long have you worked for yourself?
About 20 years.
Cool. Do you enjoy your work?
No.
At all?
No.
Have you ever?
No.
No. Why don't you do something else?
Because me working for myself is it gives me a certain amount of flexibility. Like, I haven't lived in the same state this whole time. I've had to move for certain reasons. I have a stalker.
You said.
Yeah, and
You said, and
most of everything
we have to all
most
blame
of
him for
everything
living up to
I
you.
own, even my apartment, is under my sister's name.
Hmm.
So she does get a portion of my money.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's like a whole bunch of like things. Oh, and by the way, nerdy, I have found a dead bat in somebody's bed.
A dead bat, not a dead person. You never found a dead body.
I have found a dead body, but that's a different story.
That's a difference. That's not a work story.
That's a work story.
Okay.
I have
Naturally dead?
experienced a dead body. I did not find it myself.
They
But
has-
yeah, people think that dead bodies just gonna smell like rotting meat. Oh no, you have no idea.
No, there's a certain kind of cheesy tang to it.
What?
Cheesy tang to human rotting flesh.
Oh, lovely.
Hmm.
Yeah. Well, one time after a convention, we were bringing the computers back up to my apartment, which was a third floor walk up. And so this was Sunday night. We were bringing the stuff up, and they were taking a dead body out of the first floor. So really it was like, yeah, you take a deep breath before you get into the building and you hold it as you run up 3 flights of stairs because you don't want to breathe.
Hmm.
That apparently the guy had died on Friday and nobody realized it until Sunday night.
I had a neighbor die like that. It was during a really, really hot week in the summer, and I kept smelling something and I didn't know what I was smelling. And it was getting worse and worse and worse. And then I was just like, I have to call the landlord, because I'm looking through my house for like a dead mouse or whatever. It's like, what is
Yeah.
that smell? And I didn't realize that. Oh, and I should have put it together, because the dude would always like borrow a roll of toilet paper from me. And towards the end, he was borrowing a lot of toilet paper, to the point where I just bought toilet paper and left it in front of his apartment. And he stopped, and I thought, I gave him enough toilet paper finally. And I didn't realize he was dead.
Yeah.
Did you take your toilet paper back?
No. No, and that smell lingered long after the body was gone. So,
Yeah.
Okay. What is the worst thing you found at work?
oh God.
I don't think we want to know.
Oh, we do.
When I was working for a hotel or privately?
I'll go with a hotel.
Prom, hotel. You name it, it was on the floor, including blood.
And when you're working for yourself.
I found out what the stain was, and it was an abscess on a leg, and there was these stains on the furniture and on the mattress, which I found out was blood and pus.
Oh, lovely.
I can deal with maggots. I really can, but like that kind of
Not a fan
human
of bodily
leaking.
fluids.
Yeah, that kind of human leaking is kind of like,
I like that, yeah. They
Yeah.
offered the neighbour tainted toilet paper.
no, I didn't. But it wasn't fancy toilet paper either, so.
Is that the problem?
The worst thing you ever smelled was a beached dead whale. I've never smelt that, Mr. Shadow Kitty, although I am kind of familiar with the smell of rotting fish.
Yeah, I've never lived on the ocean, so I've never experienced a dead whale, but I have experienced what must have been literally a ton of fish washed up on a beach.
Yeah,
You know, just thousands of fish laying dead in the sun.
even dead jellyfish that have been beached and are baking, that's not that bad.
Yeah, it's still nothing near what it was, the human body in the apartment. Yeah.
Well, I think it also depends on like rate of decomp.
Well, and also just, whether it's in an enclosed space or someplace that there's some wind. What about Buckley's?
Oh no, I'm never gonna get away from Buckley's, am I?
I'm
What's
sorry,
Buckley's?
I have no idea what Buckley's is.
Buckley's is a cough syrup that's sold in Canada, and it has camphor in it. And think of fermenting human jizz, okay? It's got a texture and a flavor, and it's also mentholated. So days after you use it, your privates are mentholated. And the taste is really vile. It works really well. I have to say, it does work really well. But it definitely, as my sister says, separates the women from the girls.
Uh-huh.
Whether or not you can swallow that stuff.
Yeah.
Mentholated fermented human jizz, okay? There's a menthylation, yeah, because of the camphor, and it just seems to get into your skin. Yeah.
Yeah, Doorknob Head, a couple of times on jobs I have been called because they knew something had died in the crawl space and they needed somebody to get it out of there. And I was the only one who really was able to get into a space that small.
Purple, how many secret rooms have you made?
I can only tell you after I've walled you up in one of them.
Haha. No, I think walking bananas plants are better than this subject, by the way.
Okay. Sometimes dead whales explode. Yeah, in one instance, because the Australian Army crammed one full of like several 100 pounds of dynamite.
I thought we Americans did that in Oregon.
Yep.
Oh, I had heard of it on an Australian beach, but yeah.
No, Australians used to put people with arthritis in the body of a dead whale, like up to their necks, and used to let them like sit in that rotting whale flesh, that hot rotting whale flesh for like 12 hours as a cure for arthritis pain.
I'm pleased we've moved beyond that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I have arthritis, so I'm glad that is no longer an approved treatment.
If I'm wrong about the country and the cure, forgive me. But I do think I'm correct on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then now your audience thinks, oh, Faye knows a lot of unnecessary, weird stuff. What the fuck does she read?
Unnecessary weird stuff is basically the brand for my channel.
It works.
It's just random information about all sorts of things that you really had no reason to want to know about.
Yeah. No, but what do you call it? I used to watch it's like animal dissections, and they did a whale, and that was disgusting because they did one slice and the putrefaction and the gases like erupted, and it was like, oh, I wish I'm
You
so
see that
glad
with
that's not my
the baleen,
job.
the tongue, because they had to get to it so quick. And it basically starts blowing up straight away, and you're screwed. And because they were looking.
They need ventilation chambers. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, they start inflating if they don't vent the internal organs.
Give me one moment. I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That's okay. Apparently, they have a special compartment. What, the whale's spooky?
Some handymen have got to be making secret rooms in every house, in every Republican's house in America. I've seen they've got armories everywhere.
Oh, yeah. The panic rooms became a really big thing, around 2000, 2010. That's something that everybody was trying to go for, these emergency panic rooms. And I never saw the logic in those.
Well, there is a very small usage. In that you get a house invasion from a team of armed people. That there is a usage, but that's about it.
Yeah. And my father was a World War II veteran. So even he was a bit weird that, the United States had never been bombed. But through the 50s, of course, there was the whole Cold War scare about, the Russians are going to bomb us.
Everyone knew all you had to do was duck and cover under the kitchen table.
Yeah, well, yeah, the house I lived in, the pantry in the basement was a bomb shelter. That the porch, or the slab for the front porch, was 6 inches thick of reinforced concrete with layers of steel in between. So, yeah, I wonder if the people who bought the house have any idea about that, that they actually have a bomb shelter in the basement.
They must do. I can see that as being a selling point.
Yeah.
How would it be able to sell that?
Well, that's what I'm wondering about. But I mean, it's really quite noticeable because that one room in the basement, the ceiling is several inches shorter because of that.
Yeah.
Brainbug was in here earlier and had to go because Junk Shop was doing something.
Yeah, Junk Shop was live for a bit. I was in his chat.
Yeah, always happens.
Yeah.
I hate that when it's like there's 5 channels that I follow that are all live at the same time.
Yes, I think I'm going to have more trouble when I move to evenings, conflicting with people.
Yeah. Well, that was why I had started doing a show at midnight, because when I started doing that, it was the only time slot I could find that there wasn't somebody else I was following already running a show.
Yeah. And I'm worried now. I was going to go at 10 o'clock on Fridays. I think Mel might have just stolen that slot.
10 o'clock your time. Yeah. Actually, no, I think hers might be a bit later even.
A bit later would be good.
I'm not sure. Well, I think she was going... Did she go for a 5 o'clock Central Time? And that would be 11 o'clock. That would be 11 o'clock in London.
Still seems a bit close. I don't
Yeah.
seem to be able. I don't
Yeah,
seem to be
you'd
able to
probably
keep
run
mine to an
over.
hour. I don't seem to be able to keep mine to an hour.
No. Yeah, most years I see go like an hour, 20 minutes seems to be about your common thing.
Recently, I've been getting closer to 2 hours. It's yeah.
Some of them. God damn. I've got a fly in here that's annoying me because I'm very sensitive to anything touching my skin. So flies drive me nuts.
You need animals to eat them.
Sammy Son's been trying to, I'll tell you. But yeah, I always thought I wanted to have, like some kind of a big lizard just wandering around the house for things like that.
Would it catch it?
Unfortunately, My eye doctor just called me telling me that they are willing to take me in right now, and it's like, no.
It's a hospital full of sick people.
Uh, it is a 2-story building that is crammed with people. And they're like, yeah, we're taking appointments again. And it's like, no.
I'll wait for it.
COVID-19, and I know for a fact that there's too many people in that building at all times.
Yeah.
Just the employees alone, there's too many people. You know what I
Why
mean?
do you need an eye doctor?
Oh, I'm slowly going blind.
Oh. What are they going to do
Yeah.
about it?
I have a eye problem that I've had all my life, but the older I get, the worse it is, and I'm just slowly going blind. I've got something wrong with my tear ducts, and they want to do like plastic plugs in my eyes like every 4 months, but I don't want to do that.
Oh, I had the plastic plugs for a while. Actually, you barely notice them. My problem was that they fell out so often they weren't worth it.
If I get
Where
a
do the
scratch on
plastic-
if I get like any irritation, my eyes can ulcerate,
Oh,
and
okay.
I don't really trust the idea of putting plastic plugs. I have some really expensive
Yeah,
eye
if you
drops
have
and
some other
things.
eye issues, that's different. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a complicated, awful thing. That's why when some people want to like have a text argument with me, I'm like, it's better to talk to me. Don't make me read that much. And with my drawing, it's like if I draw for a few days, I end up like not being able to see at all. So it's like, stop making me focus so much. So yeah, I try not to like do a whole lot of text stuff. I mean, I do type and stuff like that, but if it gets really bad, I do speech to text. I just feel like I'm complaining now. Ignore me.
How does that work? No, I was going to say that. I'm going to ask a ridiculous question, which makes no sense.
But
I was going to ask, how does that work with weird accents? But you've got no problem with hearing people with weird accents. It's just the typing.
it's actually the reading part. Like, I have a lot of books on tape now. I used to hate that, but I've gotten to the point where it's like I need my books, and it's just really difficult to look at things all the time. Like, most of the time when I'm doing YouTube, I've got my eyes closed so
Do you?
that I'm not, yeah, because I don't want to have to use them so much.
But the
The
person
more
I'm
I use
talking
them, the
to,
worse I feel.
the person
Huh?
I'm talking to is holding her head with her eyes wide open.
Yeah, it should be like eyes closed more. But you know what I mean.
How's your memory?
Awesome. Why?
It's another one of those things. I'm intrigued as to whether or not your memory gets better if your eyes get worse.
I don't know. I don't know. My memory's always been good because my mother is agoraphobic. So when I was really little, she used to make me memorize lists of things, and I would have to go up to like people who work at the store and go, "I need cabbage, but I don't know the difference between that and that." And it's like, one's lettuce, one's cabbage. Like, which one do I need? And I would make mistakes, but my mother would make me memorize lists of what she needed.
Yeah.
And I'd have to go in and do the ordering. And I think that kind of helped.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I know, I'm strange. I get it. But my mother is more severely OCD than I am.
yeah.
And her idea of like socializing with people is pretty much a no.
I'm going to need to wrap this up here because we've been going for almost 4 hours, and I do have other things I got to get done today.
Oh, well, thank you for having us.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad that you came in. You know, you're good people to talk to. You're bringing some interesting ideas.
I
Yeah,
know a lot of
naturally.
pointless things.
Well, you know, it's only pointless. It's situational.
Unless you're a banana tree grower. I don't. Yeah.
Um,
Or you're into aquaponics or hydroponics, or you want to know about.
that was important to know if you need to evade banana trees.
Yeah.
You know, you gave me an idea for what their maximum speed is, so that's necessary information.
So when they attack, you know what speed you have to travel.
Yeah.
It's the
Yeah.
mutated ones that have turned into triffids that are a problem.
Yeah.
If they hear a rattle, you know to run.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So Dave knows the BBC Triffids.
Of course.
No, you know, there were a couple of remakes of the movie, so you've got to know which species of Triffids you're dealing with.
Do you know who the tripods are?
Yes, I do.
I've heard of very few people seem to be able to remember the tripods. I grew up with the tripods and the triffids.
No, I don't really know the tripods.
Not the clangers.
Not the clangers.
Nah, damn. I got an armored fly. I stunned it, but it got up again.
Oh
You
dear.
should see the size of the moth that was in here last night. I thought it was a bat at first.
Yeah, I had a gigantic moth in my house the other day. I almost freaked out.
We had a gypsy moth come into our kitchen, freaked out my stepdaughters because, I wasn't even aware that we had moths that big in this climate. You know, the thing was like an inch and a half long and a 3-inch wingspan.
Well, brain bug.
They won't hurt you. They will just repeatedly twat you in the face.
Moths are annoying, and I have a sister who's afraid of butterflies and moths and anything that floats like that.
They do have kind of an eerie movement because it's not like flight like you would expect it to be.
We had a bat not that long ago.
We get flies around here that are just so big, and then they like to sit on your windowsill and go, "Do you have a razor? I need to shave my legs. Look how hairy I am. I need to borrow your razor." And it's like, "Oh, well, you're gonna have to leave now." And you have to catch them, and you have to throw them outside.
Yeah, well,
And same thing with moths. You have to catch them, but you don't want to hurt them, and you have to throw them outside. And it's like, go, just go.
that's the problem I have is, it's like you're not going to be happy in here. You're not going to find food or anything you need in here. I'm trying to help you.
Yeah, and I don't want your body dead body in the corner, desiccating and sending off little flakes of your decomposing self and getting into my lungs, so you have to leave.
Yep.
Apparently, moths are adorable.
Well,
I disagree.
Photographs of moths can be. Photographs. We like
Although
photographs.
I'd take all the moths you can offer if you get rid of all the spiders.
No, spiders are good.
Spiders are evil. They're out to get me.
Dave, if you get rid of all the spiders, you'd have a fucking shitload more insects around than you're aware of.
No, I wouldn't.
You just need to relocate them.
What? You can't relocate spiders.
I do. I will catch spiders because I have like gaps near my windows and things come in, and I have to catch everything and put it outside.
Right. Any spider that you find in your house that you put outside, you've just killed slowly.
No.
Yes. They can't survive. They just get eaten.
They're not house spiders here.
Outside spiders can't survive in your house.
Well, that's why I put them back outside.
Yeah, well, if she's saying that there's gaps in the walls and they're coming in from outside, that's a different story.
That's true.
These are not spiders that have been living their entire life indoors then.
Like, I watched one come in my screen the other day, and I'm like, you need to go right, turn around, and leave. And I opened up the window, and I was like, and then went outside. And I'm like, okay, good.
Brainbug, what's the
Stay
biggest
outside.
spider you've got? Mothers in my
That's why Dave and I don't date. Aww.
He smells. I kissed him and he tasted of spiders.
I don't think he'd chew them.
He's doing an on-camera a bird eater. They're the ones with rudimentary lungs, aren't they? They're fucking huge. I'm not convinced I can talk to you again without getting scared.
Oh. Are you as bad as Phil Jupitus when it comes to spiders?
I don't know how bad Phil Jupitus is. I can't remember.
I will send you the links.
Okay.
Where he, like, you know, there's spider in the room, go back to capture it, to put it outside, can't capture it. You know, depending on the size, like, you either never use the living room again, or you have to put your house up for sale.
Yes, that's all right.
Okay.
I mean, have you seen the meme that goes around with the house after Katrina, with the fallen down house?
Oh.
It's written on the roof. At least I got the spider.
Yeah. Okay.
That's me. I burned the house down.
Okay.
I have this morbid curiosity and want to see Brainbug spiders.
I'm not that bad with spiders. I will evict them. Right now I've got a couple of, like, daddy long legs living in my house, but I'm not putting them out.
Okay, a daddy long legs is not a spider. They're a predatory mite.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not putting them out. They look like spiders. And for me, It's like, well, dude, you moved here, so there's a reason you're here. But the ones that walk in from outside, they can leave.
Yep. But a daddy long legs also does not spin webs, so you don't have that left around.
No, they're absolutely fine. They're hanging out in my bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Not a problem.
There
I
are
just
no
don't want
known spiders. Oh, that's a lie. There are some downstairs.
They're
There are
hanging
always
out in your
no known
bathroom
spiders
to
in
the
the
skin mites.
some spiders, or whatever you want to call them, are fine. Not all of them are evil, so
Yeah.
They're all evil. They're all conspiring.
they are. I thought that was
Yes.
cats.
No, it's spiders. They're all the spiders in your house are conspiring to come and get me.
Oh, okay, I understand. It's a network.
Okay, that's why I've got the one hanging out with the sign about, you know, airfare to the UK.
Yeah, that's it.
But yeah, I have a few daddy long legs that live in my bathroom, and I leave them alone because why would I hurt them?
They're evil.
Well, they're charming.
Charming.
Yes.
Do they have top and tails on?
No, they're just fine. They just hang out. They don't want to mess with me. I don't want to mess with them.
They're trying to screw with you. They're trying to psych you out.
Okay, Apolloin, I guess that's their grouping. I'm not familiar with the term.
But what's the other name for them?
Yeah, harvestmen.
Harvestmen, that's it.
Yep. Yeah, Brainbug did just put
They're
that up.
absolutely fine. It's just, they're fine.
Yeah,
And
they don't bother me at all.
We do have, like, little yellow tent making spiders, but I don't have any in my house. And we do have a lot of wolf spiders in the area, but the only reason why they're alarming is because they jump.
To be fair, I might be less worried about spiders if there were pumas and bears outside the front door.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well,
I do have a couple of spiders around here that have about the leg span of an American dime, and they have some black and white stripes. I haven't figured out what species they are yet.
They sound cute.
Yeah, they're not bad. They don't bother me.
Stop. You need to stop being nice to them. They all need to die.
Oh, I love you. I'm sorry, darling. You're going to have to do a whole series on spiders.
Yeah, I did wind up crumpling one the other night just because...
Why?
Well, because it was dark,
Oh,
and I
okay.
felt something. I was in bed and felt something crawling on my shoulder, so I just kind of had to grab it in the dark without knowing what it was.
Do they jump? Are they a zebra jumping spider?
No, no, we had those when I lived in New York. We had the jumping spiders. The ones I have around here don't jump. They just, move with the stereotypical spider run.
Huh.
Sammy found one the other day in the rug and tried to play with it for a while, and I think it managed to retreat under the closet door.
You see, we used to have a good dog that would eat spiders. It knew I didn't like them, and it would take them out. I like that dog. This dog doesn't do that.
Yeah, I've had cats that ate spiders.
My cats usually go after things like moths.
Yeah, well, Sammy wants to hunt, so he will go after anything that moves. I feel kind of bad because he had been an outside cat years ago, so he had been able to go out and hunt, and now he just stares at squirrels through the window.
Did you see Spooky's game? Ever played Russian moth? Put a moth between two slices of bread.
Yeah, I had highlighted that for a bit.
I can't see what's highlighted. Says it's brilliant.
Well,
Okay, I was trying to shut down here, so yeah.
You were. That was 10. That was like 20 minutes ago.
I
Yeah.
was just trying to politely remind you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so thanks everybody for coming.
Till next time.
Yeah, well, I will be back tomorrow night at midnight Central Time.
Cool.
So whoever cares to drop in then. Bye-bye all.
Bye.